Hello everybody and welcome to Bahrain for round 4 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 17. We're into 2025 and that means we'll be racing on the first Saturday of every month apart from May until we get to the 24 hours of Le Mans at the end of the season. 3 great rounds at the opening part of this Virtual Endurance Championship. In fact, it's one of the closest seasons we've seen if you're looking at a cross-class situation that we've ever seen. Probably 3 winners in all 3 of the classes so far, so 9 winners overall out of the 3 races that we've had so far. It's been very exciting indeed, and hopefully another chapter of that is going to be written here this afternoon. Myself, Ian Leary and rFactor are with you to take you through the first 2 hours, and then Ed Hunter and Vidya Heatley will be with you for the closing 2 hours. Good to be back, Dara, on the other side of the new year, and here at Bahrain for the second time in the Virtual Endurance Championships history, on the back of a very exciting 2024. Oh, Dara's just disconnected, so I'll have to talk to myself. This is the calendar that we've got for the rest of 2025. The 2 Le Mans you can see there, the first of which is qualifying, which happens not on the morning of the race, as it does on every other round, but instead the week before. That's the 31st of May. But other than that, we'll be here on the first Saturday of every month, continuing at Road America in February. As we start our American leg to the season. Qualifying has just happened and warm-up is ongoing at the moment. I can tell you that on pole position looks to be Jan Renninger for Seawolf Net Race, although this looks a lot like the warm-up results at the moment, to be honest with you. Go team seem to be in second, are they? Yeah, maybe. Then it's the championship leading Go team, they're 5th. Head of Racing Zone, we'll talk about them in a moment. Netrex are on 7th and 8th for now on the start of this race. Thomas Frack has taken pole in the Hyperion Esports car ahead of Mark Veit, the championship leading Blackhawk Racing car ahead of Thomas Engerson Racing and On-Off Racing. Sean Clark Racing are in 5th place. In fact, the top 5 are the championship top 5 actually. Simframe Esports are 6th ahead of RFRO Synthport and Undercover Rain, who are in 16th place. They've got some penalties to serve early on though. Arms Cyber and Valley Esports will be on row 9 ahead of CMT Go Team Racing and Hyperion, the other team. They're number 45 and they are 20th overall. Then rounding out the LMP2s, Dylan Claver and Timothy Goyer. On pole for GT3, it's Rafa Esports team with Caspian Motorsport alongside them. They're 1 and 2 in the championship in the reverse order. Rafa are equal though on points with them. Malguera and Rockon for Simframe Esports are sharing row 2 with Blackhawk Racing and WRT on the next row. The top 6 are the same top 6 in the championship as they are in that qualifying session. G-League Esports and Seawolf Net Racer next head of Blackhawk Racing and Satellite Racing. They're on row 16. At 33rd, it's gone to MC Motorsport, but they've got to drive through penalties to serve this afternoon. One Atco are 34th, head of Top Racing, with Sim Racing for Holland in 36th in their traditional Corvette. Satellite Racing are 37th, head of Brabham. Then it's Bros Racing and Tomeli ERT, with the final grid spot being taken up by the last of our GT3s, of course. It is SLC Commodity Sports, and someone snuck in under my nose. 42 cars on the grid. Team Iris, Pim Van Ark is at the very back. That is the grid. The grid is just reforming at the moment, actually, as they're all getting themselves onto the front straight. We've got plenty of time because they'll have a formation lap. As I say, Dara, good 2024. I enjoyed it very much, the first 3 rounds of this championship. However, here we go, pushing on with 2025. 5 more rounds, starting here at Bahrain, and a lot to play for still in the remainder of this season.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, this is still the earlier stages of the season. We've got a long way to go and so many hours worth of racing left to run. And Bahrain is a circuit that you can often see a lot of racing, side-by-side action pretty much everywhere around the lap. Turn 1, Turn 4, even down at Turn 11 at the end of that back straight. And Turn 13 are great places, along with the final corner at Turn 14, are all places where we're likely to see some overtaking, even into class. I think we saw recently in the real world, actually, some great endurance racing towards the end of the year. So really looking forward to see how this one runs.
I falsely said that the grid was the warm-up grid, and it obviously wasn't. So I'll just go through the Hypercar grid again, just because I entirely missed it. Black Hawk Racing have taken pole in the number 3 ahead of number 17 CMT Go Team Racing. They're 4 points behind their teammates in the championship. They are third, the teammates. Race Clutch in the number 1 are 4th ahead of Racing Zone team in 5th place. Then it's Netrex, Seawolf and the other Netrex rounding out the 8 as they get underway. Somebody hasn't got underway in GT3 for some reason. I can see somebody still down on pit lane, although I can't tell you quite who that is just for the moment. It may be Pim van Ark for Team Iris, but I will confirm that when I'm aware. But someone has not got away in GT3 quite when they should have done. We all remember, Dara, the start from last season. It was the first time that the Bahrain International Circuit was ever used in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it's fair to say didn't get off to a flying start. Some called it the worst start in VEC's history. So 7 penalties were dished out, and Patrick Sinler was banned for a race as a result. Hopefully we don't have something similar here today. Here's Jimmy Allison.
Good luck.
Sorry, I talked over him mostly, but yeah, not a great start last year, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it was dramatic. I think that's one way to put it. There were drivers all over the road. I remember Tom Larthlow doing a great couple of social media pieces for it. It was quite a start. It set the tone for the rest of the race, but it also meant that some of the front runners in the classes were mixed up, shaken up, and had to recover from the positions that they were in. And it really created a race where you had, hypercars coming back through the field on some LMP2s and GT3s, but also a lot of interesting battles towards the front, teams that didn't necessarily expect to be there. Hopefully we don't get that kind of chaos at the start, but it wouldn't mean that kind of uncertainty in who's going to win the race right to the end.
Well, the difference this year, as you can see, is that the Hypercars have been given a very big lead over the LMP2s. We've got a very big lead over the GT3s. Now, that does mean that traffic's going to be a factor earlier.
Can you please catch up to each other?
Oh, maybe they're not meant to. I thought that was just to alleviate something. But Jimmy Harrison just said, could you catch up, please? Anyway, they are making their way through the final corner now, so the race is about to be on here. The 4 Hours of Bahrain is the first Virtual Endurance Championship race of 2025. It's getting set into light. Here we go. Longer wait this time round for Luc Meunier, who's on the right-hand side of your picture there, and the Black Hawk Racing car alongside Go Team, who are surely going to try and coordinate a 1-2 if they can in towards turn 1, but Meunier's got control, and he takes the lead, of course, over the line, and actually gets a car length or 2 over the rest as well. Challenging here for 3rd place as well is one of the other Ferraris. Go Team looking to get split up here in towards turn number 1, and it looks like they've held on, so it's Black Hawk from Go Team, 2nd and 3rd, and then it is at 4th place for one of the other Ferraris. That's Nick De Silva in the Race Clutch car, the number 1. Down in towards the turn 4. Nick De Silva again looks up the inside. Can't quite do it. I'm afraid we've got a yellow flag in the first sector. It's been going on in the LMP2s, I'm afraid. We've got somebody off the road. It's Jelle Binsbergen for Go Team in LMP2.
And I was just about to comment on how clean the start had been in that class, but just sadly for Binsbergen in the Go Team car, they are going to have to recover from right at the back of the field. Hopefully not too much damage for them. For the RAF Esports team, Jasper Pedersen. Oh, there's a car in the background. Oh, spinning around nearly into the wall on the exit of turn number 3, and just about keeping it out of the wall, sticking out on the little straight there. That's going to be Nico Barclay in the 1A Co Team. They won't be too pleased about that, but lucky not to have more damage on that car.
That was, could have been a lot worse, let's put it that way. Through the middle sector, G-League Esports staying where they started here. 7th place for Jules Neal in towards the slow middle sector, and you can all see them bumping and barging through there. Amit Dirmakan is under a bit of pressure here as well from the Aston Martin just in behind him. That's Christian Malguera in the Symphony number 99 out of the corner. Look at the lead that's giving to Jasper Pedersen here in the RAF Esports McLaren.
Yeah, and they're just going to have to try and build on that all the way throughout the rest of this opening lap. Caspian Motorsport with Dermarican is trying to keep tabs, but they're going to have to be looking in their wing mirrors as well as they run up the hill towards turn number 13. So difficult to really keep tabs in the early stages if you're battling with fellow drivers, but it's so critical to keep yourself within that kind of 1 second window. But already, after 2 sectors, that's nearly, well, over 1.5 seconds for the leading car.
It's the biggest lead we've got in any of the classes so far. Luc Meunier has got a pretty decent one, though. A good start for Black Hawk Racing. They are one of the teams, unfortunately, though, that are going to have to serve a penalty. We'll start to get to some of those because it will be an important story at the opening of this one. Black Hawk Racing, Netrex Grand Prix number 18 have both got one drive-through penalty. Netrex number 19, that's Danny van den Eek, who's at the back right now anyway, have got three drive-through penalties. A stop and hold 60 has gone to Seawolf Net Race and Jan Weniger. So that is going to be a really spread apart Hypercar field, but the important thing to note is that Go Team haven't got any penalties, whereas their closest championship rival, who is not a Go Team car, certainly do. Racing Zone, number 22, they've also got 3 drive-through penalties to serve throughout this race.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a long day for some of these teams. They've got a lot of stopping and starting in terms of their rhythm to do. It'll be interesting to see how they're taken by the teams, if there is any kind of preferential way of doing it. This is a little bit of a moment coming down the hill towards turn number 8. This is looking tricky. Derakan trying to defend. He was in P2, now trying to defend on for his P3. Around the outside, though, it looks to be a very nice line as they work their way towards turns 9 and 10. Difficult braking zone on the double left-hander. Is there going to be any more damage to Caspian Motorsport's chances at the top 3 here? Not quite, because Lock-On can't quite find his way up the inside as they work their way onto the back straight, but really impressive move to go all the way around the outside at turn number 8.
And that was after Simfreme, Christian Malguera got through into second place, so then Michi Hoyer followed through. Now Dimican has got Michele Roccon to worry about for Simfreme Esports. Then it is Erda Erkan in the 91 Black Hawk Racing car. He's very close to the back, actually, and having a look up the inside in towards turn 13. Oh, it's a late one. Oh, he's got it a bit wrong as well, I'm afraid. G-League Esports are going to try and come back again here on the inside line. Here goes Jules Neal with Benjamin Gilsinski right in behind as well. Oh, he's pushing his fellow Aston Martin, and the BMW is going nowhere. G-League Esports firing back down the inside. Jules Neal looking to try and retake some of those places that he just lost, and he might well have done. Gilsinski goes very wide in the melee, and he loses loads of places. The midfield in GT3 has certainly kicked off to a very lively start.
Yeah, nearly 2 by 2. Noah's Ark formation down in towards the opening turn. Jules Neal, is he going to go for any kind of move into turn 1? I don't believe he will. But Jimmy Nisler's going to have to be careful as they work their way into this hairpin to start the lap. You can see side by side just in behind. That's going to be the MC Motorsport by Biogas going at it with Abel Sequeira through turn 3. But they're going to have to defend on the run up to turn 4. There is no respite for any of these drivers with such a large GT3 field. There just is more and more of them as they run their way towards turn 4. Nearly a bit of a look, but no move happening there in the end as it does get close, but not quite close enough for any contact.
Benjamin Gilsinski did have a proper look down the inside there, but couldn't quite do it, and so he stays 12th after losing so many places early on. Jesper Pedersen, though, is leading. As I say, I'll just go through some of the penalties in GT3 because there are less of them, you may be pleased to know. MC Motorsport number 53, the one we've just seen go up to 11th, that's got a drive-through penalty. Number 88 WRT, that is Michi Hoyer, who's currently 3rd. He's got a drive-through penalty to serve as well as the number 91 we're following at the moment of Erdo Erkan, 4th place in the championship. Spa winners, of course. Drive-through penalty for them, as those are just being allocated now. I'll tell you about them in LMP2 as well, even though there hasn't been a whole lot going on there just yet. XRL have got a drive-through, number 48. Undercover Rayan have got 3 stop and hold 60s. They're going to be miles behind. Go Team number 36 have got 1 stop and hold and 1 drive-through. So a couple of teams in LMP2 there who are going to be a long, long way back for a very long time.
Yeah, and they're going to need quite a bit of help, you'd have to say, to get back into the field and maybe in towards the top half of the order, because it's going to be quite a long road back for them in not the longest of races. If this was one of our longer events, I'm thinking more at Le Mans come the end of the season, where we've got 24 hours to sort out our orders, they may have a little bit more hope in working their way back over the first 12, 16 hours of the race. With only 4 hours, having that kind of penalty slapped on you is really going to hinder your chances at working your way back through the order and getting some decent points in this race. And for teams that are looking at the championship picture early on and trying to position themselves to have a target on their backs to be either a championship leader or at least a contender going into the final few races of the season, it's going to be really damaging for them.
Yeah, we'll see what the situation is like when we get to Le Mans in terms of penalties, but you're right, you certainly want to serve them all there if you can. Obviously you can't. You've got to serve your previous post-race penalties in the next race. They are assigned a few laps in to each event. So 10 minutes in now, and those have been applied, but for some of those teams, they've got a lot of them to serve. In LMP2, by the way, we had a very mixed up season so far. We've got Blackhawk Racing currently on top of the championship standings. They're currently second in this race, by the way, with Pan Corsa, who've changed their name to Valle Corsa now, or Valle Esports, I should say. I think they used to be called Valle Corsa. I think Rick Van Earl has started the car for them. Yeah, he has. So they started about 10th or so. They've made up some places, though, which is very positive for them. They're 9 points behind, but they haven't won a race yet. They've been on the podium twice. On-off Racing a third, 21 points back. They've only been on the podium once, and that was second last time out at Monza, and then they were behind Sean Clark Racing, who made it up to fourth. They're tied on points, those two, and then Thomas Engerson Racing, who are 22 points back after winning the opening race at Spa. They've not had a brilliant post-race to that, if you like. They've not really had to capitalise on it, I should say, and they have slipped away in the championship a little bit, although they are running third right now, just ahead of On-Off Racing. So these two teams, third and fourth in this race, it's only separated by 1 point as well. But as I said at the top of the show, it's one of the closest Virtual Endurance Championship openings parts to the season we've ever seen. 3 different winners in all 3 classes. I can't remember the last time that happened.
Yeah, and it really does give us a really good season to look forward to throughout the rest of the races that we're going to have, because there really isn't anywhere that we can necessarily look at this stage as to where we're going to see.
So that is to all those who need to serve drive-through penalties. They're actually going to. It's a short stop and go, as it's been assigned in the game. So they're going to have to come to a halt, as Seawolf Net Race are doing at the moment. Jan Venninger is in right now, although this is a 60-second stop and hold, so don't worry about that. He is going to be in there for a while. In towards turn 1, and Pavel Andrzejowski is just being overtaken, I think, there by Dylan Klaver. Certainly is. And that's Team Iris making their way up into 10th place in this race. A decent start for them from the very back. They got one position for free, of course, with Jelle Binsbergen going off the road, but nevertheless, Team Iris are into the top 10 for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, let's see if they can move their way forward. I mean, we've seen a couple of good performances from Team Iris so far this season. Not necessarily the qualifying pace being there for them, but working their way through the order throughout the race. It served them well. Looking to do it again, albeit, as we've mentioned, not as long to work your way through as we've seen in some of the races that we've had so far this season. But absolutely a chance for a team that really do have quite an exciting roster. So see what they can do. Coming through turn 10, should be able to defend through there. I don't think we're going to see too many moves through turn 10. I think when we see a little bit of the blend between the classes, we'll see a couple of brave moves, but that could be a bit of a trouble spot for that.
Team Iris, the top of the teams who started the season as Division 2 teams, denoted by the fact they are number 237. That is how you can tell who started in Division 2, and Team Iris are at the top of those on 88 points, ahead of Undercover Bahrain, who are 11 points behind them. You score points on an overall scale in this series, but you score less participation points depending on which class you're in. The leaders have come through the majority now of the GT3 traffic. It's given us quite a situation at the front, but it's given us an even bigger one here in GT3. Michele Rocon does not want to be behind Ahmet Durmakam for as much longer as he possibly can, and in towards the hairpin down there at turn 8. He wants to try and rectify that. Meanwhile, we've got a LMP3 off down the penultimate corner. That is Jelle Binsbergen, who is rejoining. It doesn't look quite right, that car at the moment, actually, and that is Pablo Allen, I think, coming up behind him to unlap himself after a lot of penalties for them. Undercover Rain, not the best start at all for Go Team Racing.
No, and the LMP2 team are not quite having the successes in this race that the Hypercar duo are having, and Binsbergen's got a lot of work to do to try and recover his way towards the back of the field. You can see that he is further away from the next car in front of him than that car is from the leader, so a lot of work to do for Binsbergen, but he's got a little while to try and get himself into a rhythm. But you were right about saying that car didn't look exactly right, so I wonder if there's any kind of slight damage on that LMP2 car. They, of course, will hope not, but we have seen them go off a couple of times now, so I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a little bit of slight damage to that Go Team car. No such damage, though, in this train for some of the higher positions in the GT3s, led by P3, I think that is, all the way down well into the team. So a really exciting battle going on, but we can just about see in the background maybe a couple of the hypercars trying to work their way through.
Well, yeah, the problem for them is that they worked their way through once and then they had to do it again because they've had to make their stops for penalties and so on. Further on in the background, you might be able to see it. Daniel Ersling and Nicola Pagani are not giving each other that much room. Ersling down the inside there and makes his way back up into 17th again, but they were chasing each other all over the road. Benguida and Puliahanen were quite close as well. And just up ahead of them, look at all that there. That's Bert Knops who's just up ahead of this. Abo Sekera was trying to keep Callum Cripps behind him and is unsuccessful, I'm afraid. Brabham Esports up to 13th and Sekera's going backwards here for MC Motorsport on the outside line there. Benguida was trying to work his way through in the number 80. Couldn't quite do it, but this MC Motorsport car will come out of this train once they decide to serve their penalty.
Yeah, so they're not going to really want to get themselves too much involved. Don't want to give themselves, any kind of damage or any kind of incident that's going to cost them more time, considering that they are already going to be under quite a bit of pressure. But Sequeira is going to have to be careful into turn 10. Oh, a bit of a rear slide as you work your way through a difficult little corner, slightly off camber, but just about able to work their way through. Then we see some of the battles going on in the hypercars. Well, actually, that's Hypercar and an LMP2. In fact, that's the Netrex GP car of Ivan Leonov after serving a penalty, coming towards turn 11. Got a lot of GT3s to overtake, as is Thomas Vack, who is leading that LMP2 class, and by a second and a bit. Not the most comfortable of margins, and you can just about see the closest rival just behind.
Yeah, Hyperion are down in 12th in the championship. A lot lower than what you'd expect from a team like Hyperion, who are very strong indeed, but not a strong start to the season. Let's put it that way. Further behind, Michal Sedlacek and Nicolas Lemoine have, no, they haven't changed places, sorry, they're just getting closer. Sedlacek here just holding on to that third place for the moment. Sedlacek, a two-time champion of this series, but both times in the GT class. The last GTE class that we had in the Virtual Endurance Championship, he was able to win for Deuces Motorsport Club, and then last season for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, he was the GT3 champion, or part of the winning team anyway, so he certainly knows how to get it done in this series, but not in an LMP2 per se. On the podium for now, through some of the GT3s, they'll be thankful that there are a few gaps in this GT3 field now, but not many, and this is going to be one of the most heads-up points in the race now for the whole LMP2 class.
Yeah, we've seen, especially at the front, how Mark Vate, who's currently in P2 for the Blackhawk team, how well he's been able to work his way through some traffic early on in this season, particularly, and being able to pick up some positions because of it. We'll see if he can do it again. Oh, this is not good, though. Sedlacek having to defend as there's an LMP2 on his inside. That is not the smartest of moves, just with the GT3 further on the inside, but they're still somehow going to be side by side as they ride their way over the crest. But that was quite something from Nicolas Lemoine. Very optimistic, to say the least.
Was so optimistic there. He was making it three wide as they were passing a GT3 as well as each other at one stage there, but they've got away with it all, and they're still at third and fourth. Justin Rula had a good view of it for Sean Clark Racing, although he's just lost a bit of time in the traffic now, but I'm not sure Sedlacek's going to be too pleased about that, really. He's now catching up to at the back of some more GT3s, and he'll pass some of those on the next straight, but this traffic's going to persist at least for the next lap here, and that is going to mean that we're going to see a very long battle here between these two, quite possibly, but let's see how they get on in the traffic. First of all, Thomas Vack has pretty much cleared the most of it. He's cleared up to second place, but these guys have still got a little bit of time to go as Sedlacek gets a bit of distance between himself and Lemoine.
Yeah, and we'll try and continue to pull away just a touch. We'll have a car between as they run their way through turns 2 and 3, which will help no end as they get towards the middle sector. Brief yellow in sector 1. Not that we can see anything too much on the screen at the moment. May have been slightly further up the road where that incident occurred, but Lemoine, with a little bit of work to do, has a little bit of help though, because there is a little bit of traffic up in front with Thomas Enger Sim Racing getting stuck for the time being as they're on their way towards turn 5 and turn 6, flying down the hill, but I don't think Lemoine will be anywhere near close enough to make a similar kind of move that he made last lap.
He is a long way back now. That battle has very much died down just for the moment. Christopher Koenig, meanwhile, is under pressure for his second place from Nick De Silva. I didn't mention it because I covered it earlier, but Black Hawk Racing, just to remind you, were leading this race, but they had a drive-through penalty to serve at the beginning of this one, and so they are now fourth, and the top three are the only three who didn't have penalties in Hypercar. It just shows how important it is to keep your racing clean in this series, otherwise you'll be a long way back, even though Meunier is the fastest driver on this circuit, as shown by a new best lap time there on 41.7. However, it is Go Team 1-2 again here with just about 20 minutes gone.
And we've seen how well they've worked together so far this season, haven't they? They've been able to pull away from the rest of the pack. They've been able to work on their pit strategies together to try and prevent other teams from coming back into the fray. But if there's the one moment of weakness that they showed, it was at Turn 1 at Spa, the opening race of the season, where, funnily enough, Nick De Silva was the driver to take advantage and pull away at the front. Now, the 1089 Racing team had some problems not too far into the race that prevented them from taking any kind of big points from that opening round, but they were pretty quick. So nice to see that we've got the 1089 car back involved in the battle with the Go Team Racing cars, but the Go Team Racing cars, as we've said, have been so good at managing their races from good positions that they've found themselves in, and you'd be hard-pressed to bet against them again today.
I'm not entirely sure whether they want to be called 1089 anymore, or Race Clutch as their name now suggests, but I don't know. I'll have to ask Nick about that when he gets out the car. There is 1089 on the screen, but on the timing screen, on my timing screen, it says number 1 Race Clutch, so we'll see what they prefer. The GT3s are going to be upon us again very shortly, just as the LMP3s have worked their way through. But I think one of the maybe advantages actually for everybody of the way that we do the penalties in this series and serving it in the next race is that actually it spreads the field apart a little bit earlier than you otherwise might see. We've got a lot of teams and drivers, especially prototypes, who are sort of not quite with the rest of the train here. Oh, and that's a bit messy down at the long left-hander, turns 9 and 10, I should say. Hyperion that's not the leading one, that's number 45, along with Racing Zone, who are having a real palaver here. This is, who is at the wheels? Prebeck, I should say, is at the wheel. He's still 6th, but that was a bit annoying for him, I suppose. Just didn't give any room on the outside to the LMP2 he was passing through turn 9 and 10 there.
Yeah, and it's kind of, as we said, not too long ago that it could get a little bit messy down at turn 10. Difficult to really judge the braking points, and especially when you've got 3 different classes having 3 different braking points with no real room to get out of it if you've misjudged it. It can get a little bit messy. So Prebeck making a move down the inside, but actually getting done up and under by that Team Iris car as they make their way off of the corner, and the LMP2, of course, won't have the acceleration, but did have the better line, it seemed, through the final turn, and Prebeck with a little bit more work to do. A long way off the back, as we've said, nearly a good minute up to the leading group.
Yes, he just needs to calm down in traffic just a little bit, because he's diving a bit too deep into some of the corners, which doesn't help you at all. As we go back to GT3, this is 7th place, which Jimmy Nisula currently holds ahead of Andrei Marichak in the Black Hawk Racing number 81. Haven't seen too much of Marichak actually this season. The number 81 got off to a good start in the GT3 category along with the number 91, but I'm afraid they're a long way back at the moment in the championship, 13th place. Their teammates were first in the opening race, and unfortunately for this team it has not been very much a replication of that success, unfortunately for them. RAF Sports are still leading the race in GT3 at the moment by over 5 seconds, which is a very big margin indeed in a sim frame. And then you've got Dimirkan and Rocco. And it just seemed like Dimirkan has got himself together a little bit actually here. Oh, as there's been a change for second. I'll park that for a moment. Nick De Silva has got through into turn 8. It looks like, oh no! Go Team have hit each other! The Go Team at number 7, the championship leaders, have hit their LMP2 teammates at turn 9 and have caused a quite big crash down there for second place. That's a disaster. That is an absolute disaster for the Go Team. Jelle Binsberg, and it's Timothy Goyer, I should say, in the number 38. What an extraordinary moment for Go Team.
for half a second from the camera angle, I thought it was the Hypercar teammate, so maybe a tiny saving grace there, but I'm not too sure what happened then. Likely, again, a misjudgment, over-ambitious down into the corner. The LMP2s minding their own business, and second your teammate in that situation, that doesn't really reflect the good work that Go Team have done so far this season, and I don't think there's going to be too many happy words being spoken at the moment between those two teams. But, Go Team are now in the Hypercar battle ahead of Nick De Silva for the time being. Let's see how long that lasts, though.
Yeah, after all, Nick De Silva was very much delayed by all that from Christopher Kierneck. A rash move down the inside. I say rash, he just got it wrong, I suppose. Really lost control very quickly of that Ferrari and smashed straight into the side of his teammate. Well, I was complimenting Go Team in Hypercar for getting a 1-2, basically because they didn't have any penalties. Well, I'm afraid they might well have some penalties at least once to serve when we go racing in Road America in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, definitely things that are going to have to be sorted out there, but Kierneck clearly getting over-ambitious, as you said, down on the inside line, because we mentioned it a couple of times. It's difficult to judge the braking zone here. We'll see it again with Kierneck as he goes to the inside. He'll take the first part of the double left-hander and then take the second part. You can just see that how the lines do tighten. If you make a misjudgment into the first part of the corner, it's going to keep on rolling into the second part of the corner. There's no real getting out of it with the tightness of the raise of the corner. So if you're going to have to bail, it's going to be to the outside line of the Kierneck. No one on his outside apart from his teammate there. So really, really difficult for the Go Team driver of Kierneck, but he will have to recover somehow. And he's coming up to yet another teammate. He's going to have to be careful here into the final corner.
He certainly is, as the battle for third has got a lot closer as a result of all that traffic. Dimmerkant, Rocon and Jules Neal now is on the back of these guys as well. G-League Esports in 5th place right now. Fantastic return from for their start. Where are they in the championship? They're down in 23rd because they were a Division 2 team to start with. So they're a long way down, but they're driving very well in this race. Here goes Rocon, though, trying to crouch behind that Porsche as much as he can in the rather large Aston Martin. He has a look up the inside. He doesn't decide to go for it just yet, but I do feel like the longer he stays behind Dimmerkant, the more time he's losing. I mean, they're 15 seconds off the lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge for these guys if they just keep battling away and losing the amount of time that they are. I mean, we're only half an hour in, albeit an eighth of the way through the race. 15 seconds is a monumental gap to try and close down when it is still increasing at the rate of knots that it is. So big problems going on now for this battle for P3 and the GT3s, and most of the field are here. You can see stretching all the way back to turn 4 as they dive their way down the hill. Car after car in this battle flow their way down, and it is going to become a bit of a problem as we have a little bit of an issue with the Hypercar coming through there. I believe that's one of the lower down Hypercars. I say that being that there's only 3 in that leading group, so not too many of them at the front, but even still, difficult to make your way through at the moment, and moves going to have to be made.
Somebody asking in YouTube, by the way, where they can access the live timing. If you go to simracing.club, and you press on VEC and then press on live timing, you should be able to find it from there if you want to look at it for yourself. Battle for 5th is going on in LMP2, but that's really the only one at the moment. Simframe versus Sean Clark Racing. This is by far closer in GT3 for 3rd place because Seawolf Net Race have also caught up here. So it's Porsche Aston Martin, BMW Aston Martin, although that was a bit wide from Benjamin Gelsinski, who has recovered well, to be fair, after going very wide at the final corner. And being outside the top 10 briefly, he's back in it again now, and he's up to 6th place, although partly due to penalties, I suppose, for WRT and MC Motorsport, who he would have overtaken as a result of, and Blackhawk actually, the number 91, as a result of being behind them at the time. Down in towards turn 1 they go. Michele Rocco, he's not going to be able to work his way through at this time. It feels like after half an hour we've finally settled in a bit here in GT3.
Yeah, and I think these guys will have kind of felt that a little bit, that they need to get the lap times together. They need to get themselves into a rhythm and maybe try and pull themselves as a group further up the road and closer to our leading duo of cars. Michele Rocon hasn't necessarily gone for too many big moves in the last couple of minutes, and maybe a symptom of the fact that he can see that they just cannot afford to lose any more time than they already have. But this is going to be a key stage of the race for these guys as we approach the first pit stops. Now are over half an hour into the race. They will start to be thinking about how their strategy is going to pan out, but with only 4 hours, there's not too much room to play around with the strategy, so I expect that we'll see quite a monotone strategy in all three of these categories. Can't really see any of the teams going for something too ambitious, because in a 4-hour race, you're really unlikely to make, well, either an extra stop or one less stop work.
Yeah, in GT3 especially, it's going to be pretty difficult to do anything different than the norm, especially because the in-sim starting time is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, anyone that knows Bahrain, and I imagine if you're watching this then you do, certainly this circuit, you'd know it's quite warm at 1 o'clock in the afternoon over there, so it's going to be pretty punishing on the tyres, and the normal messing around we see with dual stinting and so on might not actually happen either, so it may be very monotone indeed in GT3. Going to be interesting in some of the other classes though. LMP2 will be one to watch, of course. The battle for third has just popped up again between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and on-off racing, as the Seawolf Hypercar in 8th place just goes past them. These guys might only be 10-15 minutes away from pit stop, so these are going to be the interesting ones really. As you say, it's difficult to do anything in the GT3s, but LMP2 is always interesting just because they have to make more stops.
And I think it's going to be a case of, can they just about make sure that they can stretch it out to the 5 stints in this 4-hour race. I think that's going to be what they're aiming for, but we may see a couple of little splash and dashes. I remember last season, a couple of the leading cars, I think it was actually in the GT3s, had to come in for a splash and dash. So definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. Not necessarily something that will happen, but something that I think a lot of the teams will have on their minds, that they have to make sure that they they hit their fuel numbers. Otherwise, they will find themselves in a little bit of trouble come the final 10-15 minutes. But I think as overall in the 3 classes, the LMP2s, I should say, are most likely to be the category that we see a lot of the strategy happening in. Maybe a lap or 2 extra from one team or another is where we're going to see most of that occur. But GT3s should stay relatively monotone, which could mean, though, that we see a lot of the moves happening in the GT3s on track, because there is little going on in the pit lane in that regard.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, speaking of which, they might be right now. Jules Neal was having a look at the inside of Michele Rocon here, who's going to be getting increasingly nervous about the fact he's attacking and defending at the same time. The Porsche had a good qualifying up ahead for Caspian. They've qualified second, but I'm afraid they've not been able to race anywhere near as quickly, and they're defending third place with their lives here at the moment. In towards turn 13, and that's a big dive down the inside from Jules Neal. Is he going to give much room on the exit? No, but he was clear. He was clear in time, and the Aston Martin of Michele Rocon is going to have to come back again from 5th place, because Z-League Esports are up to 4th. Is it going to last very long? Yes, it will at least last into the final corner.
Yeah, Rocon looked for it, but thought better of it as they worked their way through. Difficult to really make a move on the inside and then make it work, especially with Car in such close proximity behind. But they'll make it now, back onto the start-finish straight past the pit wall. Any moves to happen, G-League defending to the inside. Rocon looking to go even further to the inside, thinking better of it though, getting back to that outside line and going to try and tiptoe it all the way around the outside of this tight opening turn. Rocon, he's got it stopped more than well enough. He'll have the inside line for turn number 2. Can he make this one work for him? Little bit of door banging with the G-League car, and they'll be locked side by side once again on the run up towards turn 4. But here comes Kielczynski. He might
Is he going to make it 3 wide this early on in the race? This is what happens when you put 4 hours on the clock instead of 6 or 8. You get this kind of thing. 3 wide through turn 4, and they've just about made it work. Have they? No! Oh my goodness! They've all crashed into each other! Oh dearie me! 4th place battle has gone haywire, I'm afraid. And around goes the Z-League Esports BMW. The 2 Aston Martins have somehow saved each other, and they're still 4th and 6th. Satellite Racing will pick up the pieces, and there he goes. Oh, through Jimmy Nizzler, through into 4th place, round the outside of turn 10, and he's got it. Satellite Racing, the beneficiaries of an extraordinary crash out of turn 4.
Yes, some late Christmas, New Year's presents coming for Satellite Racing. They've just picked up the pieces of an incredible 3-wide moment. It did look for a second that they'd made it through, but with the car in the middle, the G-League car almost getting squeezed by both sides, each of the cars either side, basically spinning onto the front end of the car and into each other. Incredible scenes, and incredible that the G League are the cars that have come off worst, considering that they were the last car to go sideways. So incredible moments. Rokon, though, more defending to do because Gilzinski's back down the inside at turn 13. Another car down the inside as well. Rokon's lost 2 in the space of the corner, and that car just doesn't look right. Another's coming through, and it's not going well for Simframe. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some damage on that car.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's either mentally rattled by that or he's physically damaged. Not him, but his car is either physically damaged, because that is not looking right at the moment. He's certainly looking slow, and there's a long way from safety as far as pit strategy goes. He's in pit lane. The car is damaged, and that is a crying shame for Simframe after all of that. That is a real shame for them to have to come into pit lane after that battle. A quite amazing moment, but not especially in a good way, as Iris now looking up the inside of David Serra. Is that, or well, I don't even know at this point. They're all over the place. Gelsinski is at the head of the train, then it looks like Andrei Merishak for the other Blackhawk car, then David Serra for the Mercedes. Who's this? Top Racing. So they've gotten off to a very good start in this race. In number 51, they started well outside the top 10, and here they are in 7th place. I can't remember ever seeing a crash quite like that. The three of them just squeezing each other through turn 4. The one on the inside coming too far over on the other two. The one on the outside coming too far over on the other two as well. They sort of pointed in almost like they were doing some sort of display show, and just well, they've all damaged each other in the end, and one spun around. It's not good for their race, but I don't think I've ever seen a crash quite like it.
Well, it's almost like they were dancing. I know you're a big Strictly fan, Ewan, so
I bet you are.
Yeah. You'd have to tell me what dance they were doing, but yeah, that was quite a moment for them to go 3 wide down the hill at turn number 5, and it is surprising that G League came off the worst in that, considering that they were the one being squeezed upon on both sides. They were still pointing in the right direction, almost the contact from the left being counterbalanced by the contact from the right, but in the end G League coming off the worst, but we'll have to see if they can recover. Surely not happy about what happened there.
That's going to take a lot of unpicking, and there's going to be a lot of arguing as well going on, I would imagine. Well, as I say, if you put 4 hours on the clock instead of 6 or 8, then you're more inclined to go for it, as you were talking about earlier on, with less options for pit strategy in GT3, and I think there really are very few today. You're going to get things like that. You're going to get 3 wide moments, and it is very exciting, but hopefully we don't see another 3 wide moment ending quite like that again.
Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal. I think there's going to be a lot of there may not be a lot of discussion, because I don't know how many teams will have seen it, but anybody who have seen it, they will now be a little bit warier to go 3 wide at turn 4, I'm sure. I can't imagine that anybody will want to go 3 wide at turn 4, but if there's an opportunity, I think we may see a couple of teams be a little bit more cautious in going for it before making any kind of decision there. But still, we're still in the early stages of this race, and drivers and teams are still trying to really position themselves before the first stints. David Serra getting close to the rear end of that LMP2, getting close to maybe a little bit of contact, an unwanted contact between some GT3s and some LMP2s, but we will continue on through turn 9 and 10, and here comes some more traffic, this time in the face of a hypercar.
Yes, it's pretty much constant for the GT3s now. As I mentioned earlier, so many penalties for the prototypes means that there's going to be one coming past them at almost all points in the race, to be honest. So that's not going to be particularly ideal for them. I think we've already had a retirement and a non-starter. Oh no, sorry, we've got Simframe still in the pit lane. I think the icon that is showing itself in the garage is in error on my screen, so I'll ignore that just for the moment, but it's impossible to ignore that Michele Rokon is still in pit lane at the moment for the Simframe Esports team. I don't believe they're out the race by any means, but they are taking on some fairly lengthy repairs. Further behind, Bert Knops is getting overtaken by nearly everybody in the prototype class, but not in the GT3, which you'll be pleased about. He's holding on to that last spot in the top 10, although Brabham Esports and Callum Cripps are closing in on him and got a better run, I've got to say, out of the final corner as well there. Is he close enough? It looks like he may well be. It wasn't a very good run, I'm afraid, at all for Bert Knops there, and now down the inside goes Callum Cripps. for 10th place? No, he brakes early, decides to back out of it, but no, didn't need to in the end. Burtnoff's sort of handed that to him, and Callum Cripps goes round into the top 10, but Burtnoff's is going to be back again here very shortly, you can imagine. 12th place just in behind is Paulie Annan in the number 65 satellite racing car. He's not quite going to get involved, and the 10th position does change hands, with Michele Roccon getting out the pit lane and coming out right behind them.
Yeah, I do know Callum Cripps is a very handy driver in a touring car, showing his hand at some GT3s as well, and a good move, good racing nows down into turn. What it looked like he'd broken early, in actual fact, he broke perfectly on time, and therefore picked up the position down through turn 3, and good work. We'll see if he can build off of that towards the top 9 in that GT3 class, and he may be able to get a little bit away from the rest of the drivers in this train by virtue of the volume of traffic that is coming through, and you could just see that gap opening up a touch as they run their way through this middle sector. But all the way through this GT3 train are their close battles. It really hasn't gapped out apart from between second and third. It's stayed really close all the way through, and it's exactly what we want to see, especially when we've had such an unpredictable championship as we have up to this point. To see so many teams fighting over points that will be significant come the end of the season, maybe not necessarily for the title, but for every position in the championship. This is going to be a really, really important race, I feel.
Yeah, Michele Roccon's going to have a very difficult stint, I think, because he's come out right behind the GT3s on newer tyres and with new ambition, having just come out again, and he's going to be unlapping himself in those awkward blue flag or not moments as he makes passes. So that could be quite a difficult stint for him. Out onto the front straight goes the battle for 6th place. The top 5 are very much spread apart now after that crash and 3-wide moment we saw earlier on. The remnants of that group now scattered all over the place, really. The Caspian car is still 3rd. Amit Demirkan, as we've just seen, is down at the back. The others are a long way further down as well. So the battles are here with what we're left with. Here's Pim van Aert getting overtaken by Ben Goeder in the number 80. Oh, and that's a big slide for Pim van Aert. He's rather handed that to the Ferrari, but through no fault of his own, really. He's got a big slide on. Oh, and he's been slightly swiped by an LMP2 as well. That's the Hyperion Esports, not the race leading one, but the one further down in the field. And he's done well on 2 occasions there to hang on to the car, but he has lost a place.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but we'll pick up the pieces. He hasn't lost too much time, so always a little bit of hope to come back from that little moment as we approach the end of the opening stint. But this is a really important, 5-10 minutes or even 20-minute stage of the race where we're getting around this first pit stop phase, where teams are able to position themselves going into that pit stop. Are there going to be big mistakes from some of the teams and the drivers going into this pit stop? They're going to try and avoid them as much as they can, but I think there's going to be a lot of jostling for position in the last couple of laps. Teams will know that there's generally going to be quite a set strategy in this class, and so having the advantage could be critical. Pim van Aert looking for the inside line at turn 13. Opportunism with the LMP2 making a little bit of room for them, but Pim van Aert not able to make that one work. Clearly, though, the ambition is there.
Certainly is. He wants to earn that position back again, and Team Iris have generally been trending forwards in this race so far. They've made progress since their qualifying position, although not taking anything away from them, but they have been helped by incidents going on up ahead, as we've seen in the slipstream down the front straight. Not sure he's close enough, and no, doesn't look like he is this time around. Christopher Koenig has been really caught up by Nick De Silva, so after a little while these two are back together again, and hopefully their battle goes a bit better this time than it did last time around. And I imagine Christopher Koenig will certainly be thinking about that crash for a little while. Hopefully he's pushed it to the back of his mind now, though, because he's got to take on a new defence here. It's just under 45 minutes gone. Yeah,
and there's we've had a little bit or enough time in this race to really get a sense of how these drivers and teams are going to be faring, but not long enough to really know how it's going to feel when we see some of the new drivers get in the cars. Of course, Nick De Silva recovering to the back of the Go Team car, which some would say was at fault for the incident that we saw down at turn 9 and turn 10, and Nick De Silva wouldn't mind recovering a little bit of time and the position back up into P2, but still a little bit of work to do. You're unlikely to send it from that far back, although is that I thought for a moment the Go Team car was coming off the racing line to let Nick De Silva through, but of course not. What kind of driver would do that, eh?
Well, yes. Oh, careful. The third corner there, when you're trying to go round someone, is a little bit dusty, as you can see, and they just about to stay on the road. They've got a whole load of clean air ahead of them now, by the way. They've got the back end of the GT3s up ahead of them, but the proper battles that we were seeing earlier are a long way ahead, and they've just reformed as well again while we weren't looking at them. Pim van Urk is now in 8th place behind Benjamin Gelsinski, and Ben Girder, who's up to 6th all of a sudden. A very good few moments here for the SLC Commerce Esports driver, the driver of the Ferrari. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I think they started on the back row of the GT3s. This is an astonishing start of this race for Ben Girder in 6th place now, letting one of the LMP2s past him, and he's put some distance between himself and the Seawolf Aston Martin. Girder will be wondering what could have happened if he'd have started a bit further forward, I think, because he's made a fantastic progress so far.
Yeah, able to survive through a lot of the incidents that we've seen so far, and benefiting a lot through that, just making sure that he keeps his nose clean, and that has been such an important factor for the SRC Commerce Esports team. So great to see them up into P6, and there's a little bit of work to do to get up into the top 5, but they're not a million miles away, so looking pretty good for Girder at the moment. If anything, just has to be a little bit careful of that train in behind. You can see them all flying through turn 4 and into turn 5. It is pretty closely packed back there in the midfield of this GT3 class, and Pim van Urk is one of those drivers looking for a couple of moves down into turn number 8, but a good start, really, all the same for the SLC Commerce Esports team. How far up the field can they get? You know, a team that hasn't won so far this season. Not suggesting that they will, but we've had 9 winners in the 9 classes through the 3 races so far. If we make it 12 from 12, I think it's going to be difficult with the GT3 leaders that we currently have in this race, but you can never say never, Ewan.
No, certainly. By the way, unless the Race Clutch team pull off a bit of a surprise, or Blackhawk, I suppose, catch back up in Hypercar, that run of astonishing different winners is going to come to an end, I would imagine, at this event. Pit stops are happening in LMP2 here, by the way. Now we'll take a run through of their class once they've done all of those. But Thomas Vaak is still pushing on. He's able to go past the 45-minute mark. But this is why I was bringing up LMP2 pit stops earlier on, because try and divide 45 minutes by 4 hours doesn't really work very well. Doesn't fit quite well. You can go 50 minutes. Well, does that work any better? Not really. It's a difficult equation here in LMP2 to work out quite what you should be doing with your strategy.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be teams going different ways in the coming few minutes, or if they generally go for the same way, will anybody then try anything different going into the last 3 hours? Unlikely, but there is always that little bit of wiggle room with the stint length that we have in the LMP2. So let's see, Thomas Vaak, I think, and the Hyperion team in general are going to be very content with going for the consensus strategy. I don't think they're going to be trying anything spectacular, because even if it could work, I don't think there's any point risking the position that they're currently in. 5.5 seconds ahead of the P2 team, at nearly 19 seconds ahead of P3 and Thomas Wenger Sim Racing, and nearly 25 ahead of P4 and that little group of cars. So there really isn't any need to risk anything if you're Thomas Vaak and Hyperion, although P2 car Blackhawk, they're in already.
They are, yeah, in again. So, well, not again, sorry, but they're in for the first time. They are not the first ones to come into the pit lane, though, I can tell you. Further down, we've seen plenty of pit stops. Nicolas Lemoine has been in, and he's ahead now of the Thomas Wenger Sim Racing team. Where is Justin Nerula? Oh, he's hiding. That's Storm Clock Racing, though. Where is the Thomas Wenger Sim Racing? Oh, they've not been in yet either. Apologies. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Michal Sedlacek is still second. So Nerula is just behind Lemoine. That's to be expected. Goya is just ahead of them here, but he is not on the same strategy as them. He's had penalties earlier, and so is down there naturally now. Nicolas Lemoine through the final corner should be able to overtake the 3 cars currently on pit lane. Although Blackhawk have gotten going, and they're already out ahead. So Mark Veit is out in front of those guys now for Blackhawk. Should return to second if the order returns to how it was before the pit stop, but we'll see how that goes. Blackhawk got quite a long way ahead of on-off racing, to be fair. It's the entire length of the straight between turn 3 and turn 4.
Yeah, quite a sizable advantage that they have for the time being, but that can always change around in a moment, and that's always the risk of a race such as this. All side-by-side action going on. Is that Pinbar Arc? I think it is, going at side-by-side with Benjamin Gielzinski into turn 4. Indeed it is, and Gielzinski looking for the up and under. Can he find a way through? The difficulty there is he's got a Simframe LMP2 trying to find their way through, and it'll allow Pinbar Arc to stay exactly where he is. Callum Cripps closing in on this battle as well as he works his way down the hill, and he'll be able to see this battle getting ever closer in his windscreen. Oh, big contact with Gielzinski and one of the Go Team LMP2s, but there's Hypercars, I should say, but there's nothing that's going to come of that as they work their way into turn 9 and turn 10. That got close. That's actually the battle for P2 and 3 in the Hypercars between the second of the Go Teams and, of course, Nick De Silva.
Yeah, that was very close into turn 8, as we've got only one car now yet to come in the LMP2s. Pavel Andrzejewski is still out there on the circuit in number 45, but where is Mark Bate going to be in relation to Michał Sedlacek and Thomas Vac? Vac is already on his way out here, so he should return to the lead in number 44. It looks like everybody's done the same thing in LMP2 as far as their pit stops are concerned. There is the Blackhawk car way in the background. There is Michał Sedlacek working his way out. Where is the Blackhawk car? There it is, going through the bottom of your screen there. That's not a very big gap, to be honest. And Sedlacek there is pretty narrowly behind Mark Bates. So that will be a battle for second place that develops. And actually, Sedlacek is a lot closer to Mark Bates for second than Lemoine is to Sedlacek for third.
Yeah, Sedlacek is going to have... I mean, the gaps are huge, aren't they, really? I mean, we are talking about 40, 50 seconds, but it still is going to make quite a bit of difference by the time we see everybody having found their way into the pit stop. Of course, they have come down due to the pit stops, but Sedlacek right on the tail now. Lemoine, with that 7-second gap, as it re-emerges with the pit stops now having occurred, with a little bit of work to do. Lemoine was really forcing the issue, wasn't he, early on in the race, and he's going to have to do a little bit more in this stint to keep quite a bit, or keep tabs with that group towards the front. But for another few of the teams, I think it's going to be a bit of a management phase in this stint.
Nick De Silva is the first of the Hypercars to make a scheduled pit stop after about 51 minutes. Now, if any Hypercar can go an hour, that would be pretty big news, but I don't think it is it's going to be easy to do an hour by any means. It's going to be quite difficult, in fact. Let's see if Michael Leroux can go any further at the end of this one. I haven't seen much of him yet, but this has been the leading Hypercar for some time now, since the penalty for Blackhawk was served earlier on in the day. Luke Meunier has still been going very quickly, though. Michael Leroux is into the pit lane. So what about Christopher Kiernick? Is he going to have to come in as well in the Go Team car? It could be an awkward situation for them if he is, and they are coming in together. Now let's hope that they're the right way round here, because and they should be, I think. Number 17 qualified second, and number 7 qualified fourth, so they should be okay. But you do worry about these things. The pit lane can be a bit narrow, can be a bit difficult to get into. Oh no, it is going to be a bit awkward actually. Oh, have a look at this. The Go Team car's the wrong way round, but anyway, he's managed to get himself into the box quite nicely, and they will now get their service. Luke Meunier goes on one further. We'll see how that affects Blackhawk Racing, because they have been catching. Well, we've been looking at other things. They've served their penalty, and they've been catching back to the leaders again. I wouldn't count them out just yet in this race.
Not at all. They're always a potent force, and you know, drivers like Loic Meunier are always some of the drivers that you look at as drivers that could bring a surprise. Really good on this platform of rFactor 2, not just in these hypercars, but in other machinery as well. And there's lots of chances for these guys to pull it back, especially with the little moments that we've seen between the Go Team car and Nick De Silva down at turn 9 and 10, and for teams that can just keep it nice and clean, like the Blackhawk car have been able to do since serving their pit stop. It might serve them well. Nearly about to eat my words there, as there was a bit of a rear slide into turn 11, but just about holding it together.
Yeah, you sort of have to do that with a lot of these cars, sliding them out sideways. There he goes on the power again through the penultimate corner, turn 13. I'm not calling turn 15 a corner, my track map does, but It's just the kink onto the straight. I'm just calling that a continuation of the last one. There you go. That's not a corner, is it? Out goes Meunier into the pit lane. So 30 seconds ahead of Ivan Leonov at the time. But he will be pitting in now, and Mikel Leroux will hope to take over the lead again. Nick De Silva, though, is a long way ahead of Christopher Kiernek. Well, I say a long way, I mean 3.5 seconds, but that's a shorter stop for this car, the number 1. And they'll be very pleased by that. They should be second now after the pit stops.
Yeah, and looking pretty good after that first round. They're going to be looking to try and keep themselves in this position, maybe work themselves towards the other Go Team car, which they absolutely can do. Gap of just under 4 seconds is, less than surmountable. I think is what I'm trying to say.
Less than insurmountable.
There we go. Thank you. It was the double negative. I was getting myself.
Yeah.
But Nick De Silva has got his way through on the WRT car there down at the final corner, and will try and continue the charge towards the front of the field. And you'd be hard pressed to say that they won't after the good pace they showed in the first stint.
Where is Luc Meunier? He's taken a while. And sorry, I'm getting slightly sidetracked because Leonov still hasn't pitted yet for Netrex. He's not taken that much of a while, actually. He's just about where he was before. We'll get a reading on the gap when they cross the first sector line for the first time. Nicolas Lemoine has lost some time in this pit stop phase. I think that's the big story from LMP2, actually, as he's now 4th. Only a second ahead of Yusin Narula in the number 34 Sean Clark racing car. So I'm not entirely sure that on-off racing are going to be especially pleased about that, especially because Sedlacek has caught up to Mark Veit as well. This is going to be a legitimate battle for second before long.
Yeah, and this is really looking like it's going to become a tight battle at the front of the field in this LMP2. Sedlacek has been doing a good job in the opening hour or so. Let's see if he can continue this march and maybe pick off P2 as well. It'd be a very good start to the race for Thomas Engersim Racing, who wouldn't mind getting a good haul of points on the board at this stage of the season. And let's see if he can do it in the next couple of laps, because he is closing a little bit on the back of that Black Hawk car.
Let's spend a bit of time on board with an LMP2, shall we? Into the middle sector. This is turn 4. Slightly uphill here. And break a bit later. Don't want to get too hung up on the early part of that apex. You really want to run it out wide there. Use all the track, but not over the white lines. Then into the fastest corners. 5, 6, 7. And then the downhill braking zone. A lot more tricky than the braking zone in turn 4, actually. You've just finished turning, then you've got to stamp on the brakes, ready in time for the sharp right-hander. Then getting on the traction, uphill, bit of a drag, then in towards the most difficult braking zone on the circuit. Turns 9 and 10, especially in those cars that don't have ABS, like the LMP2. Then out of the corner, turn 10, just a simple traction zone really. Small bend in the straight before you cross over the alternative start-finish line. And then go in towards turn 11. Pretty fast corner in its own right, medium speed, but then you get into the fastest of the circuit. This is turn 12, where you're right on the ragged edge, especially towards the end of a stint, which these guys are not. But if you are, then you'll be struggling through there. Through into 13, again, braking pretty much as soon as you stop turning, like turn 8, then running out as far as you can with the white line before getting ready for turn 14, which is almost a standard 90-degree turn. Nothing too special about this one, but a decent overtaking chance, or a decent way of setting up for a chance onto the front straight. That's a most of a lap with Michał Sedlacek. Still trying to close in on Mark Veit at the moment. These two separated by 22 points in the championship at the moment. The car in second place is the series leader as things stand, with 118 points in LMP2. Having a decent day as far as holding on to that lead goes as well, because Hyperion, as I mentioned earlier, in case you weren't with us, the Hyperion car that's currently leading the race all the way down in 12th place in this championship, behind even their teammates. So Black Hawk won't be worried about that especially.
Not at all, and I think they'll be pretty pleased at how it's going. And even though they're not necessarily winning the race, as we've talked about with the situation of the race so far, they're not going to be too pressed about how it's going for them. And even if Thomas Engersim Racing come through, yes, that wouldn't be ideal, considering that Thomas Engersim Racing come into this race only 22 points behind. They're still 22 points behind. It wouldn't be the most dramatic thing to happen for these guys throughout this race. Got to be careful of the GT3, and they're going a little bit wide to allow a couple of the leading LMP2s through. But for Sedlacek, getting through is imperative, absolutely imperative. But for Black Hawk, if they can keep Thomas Engersim Racing behind, great. but if they can almost frustrate Sedlacek for a little while, that could help them later on into this race and could even force Sedlacek into something like a mistake.
Well, just about an hour gone now in the fourth round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 17. Myself, Ian O'Leary and Dareth Thacker will be with you for the first half of this race. Ed Hunter and Peter Heatley are getting ready to jump in an hour's time, and they'll take you to the finish from there. The pit stops are happening in GT3. We'll have a rundown at the end of the stops. Ben Guida is up to third now, with Andrej Mariščák just up ahead for Blackhawk. Then just behind him is Jesper Pedersen. So Pedersen has made a stop for Rafa Esports from first. He's come out in fourth place, with the front three ahead of him having not stopped yet. A remarkable opening stint here for Jesper Pedersen here, who is dominating this race now, really.
Yeah, Pedersen is going to have a lot of work to do to get back towards that group. Of course, Rafa Esports have done really well so far this season. Hardly surprising with the lineup that they have had, but I think it's going to be somewhat concerning for them with Caterpillar Motorsports, running relatively well in this race. I don't think they're going to feel too at ease by that. Still, of course, picking up some good points for the championship, running into the next couple of rounds, and of course, with 8 rounds in the championship, we will be marking the halfway point of the season now. So still a long way to go, and a lot of hours left to run. We are talking, well in excess of 36 hours, because of course that 24 hours of Le Mans rounding out the season. In fact, we have got 38 plus 6, that's 44 hours with some quick maths here, and 44 hours of racing after this one, and with 3 hours to go, 47, so nearly 2 full days for us to keep going racing. And a few seconds worth of a gap's not going to concern them too heavily at this stage of the race, but at the same time they'll want to pick up every point they can. Their racing drivers all the same.
We've got 1,000 miles of Sebring, which makes things a little bit more difficult to work out quite how many hours there is left. But yeah,
I went with 8 for that.
Yeah, it should be about 8, but you never know. Might rain, and then it'll be longer. Jesper Pedersen retakes the lead then, ahead of Callum Cripps in the number 83. Then Christian Malguero, number 99. Daniel Ersling's fourth. Then Nico Barkley. So it's not quite the right corrected order just yet. And as I say, we'll run through it when we get it. Sedlacek is a lot closer to Mark Veit, and there it is in towards turn 1. He's nose to tail now in LMP2. He's just over an hour gone. Thomas Enke Sim Racing growing into this race. The winners from the opening round of the season, but haven't been able to replicate anything like that success ever since. They're looking up the inside in towards turn 4, and they're not quite able to do it here on the points leaders in LMP2, currently holding second place.
Yeah, not quite able to get that move done, but Sedlacek is still right in the wing mirrors, and I think he's going to go for it somewhere. The likes of turn 1, the likes of turn 4, I think anywhere else would be a little bit too brave, considering the situation of the race at the moment. But we can never rule it out. Maybe a bit of a surprise attack from Sedlacek will get the job done, but we have seen moves pretty much everywhere over the circuit so far, haven't we? It really does show why I believe this is a fantastic circuit, particularly for prototype and for endurance racing. So really good to see how they've raced so far, and Sedlacek will be trying to pick off one of those opportunities to try and get himself into P2.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think it's a bit dull to drive this circuit. I've got to be honest. It's not not the most exciting in the world, but I think for racing it is a good one. Plenty of chances for passes. We've even seen moves made into turn 13, which I wasn't expecting to see particularly much of today, but we've already seen a little bit of, which has been good. In towards the final corner now for Veit, who's down the inside of the Seawolf car and is able to get back to the racing line as well. That will give him just a bit of breathing room here over Sedlacek, who's just not able to do the same there. And the waiting will go on. This could be quite a lengthy battle between these two. They've got a long way to go in this stint, potentially another 40 minutes yet. And Sedlacek could be in for a long time of staring at the back of that black and red LMP2.
Yeah, I think it's going to start to get a little bit concerned, but he'll start to get a little bit frustrated getting, or continuing to see the back of that car in front of him and not able to find a way through anywhere. But he's got time. He's got 2 hours, 56 minutes. A lot of strategy, a lot of possibilities to try and find a way through, and we will continue on down towards turn 5. But this is really the closest battle in any of the front trains in the classes. So it has gapped down to touch across all of the Hypercar, the LMP2s and the GT3s, but these two trying to keep it as close together as they possibly can. We'll see what Sedlacek can do coming up. Oh, hello, there's a... is that one of the Go team? No, it's not the Go team, sorry, it's the... oh my word. P7 in the class of the Hypercars, that is Racing Zone, there we go. Oh, I knew exactly what the logo was. I couldn't tell you the name for a second. Then my mind went blank.
Yeah, I can't say that doesn't happen to me. Into the pit lane for Danny van der Neet, but I just want to bring your attention to this, by the way. Ivan Leonov still leading this race somehow. 17 seconds ahead of everybody else. I almost don't believe that he's done the first 65 minutes on one tank of fuel, but I don't see what other possibilities there are. This has been an extraordinary opening to this race for Netrace, and by the way, had a drive-through penalty, this car, earlier on. The other one had 3 to serve. Not a great race at Monza, I'm afraid, for them, but now Ivan Leonov finally comes in. If he's doing 65-minute stints, we could very much have quite a race on this afternoon.
We could. I'm just looking to see if how long that stint was for Leonov, and I don't think it was the... I don't think it was quite the 35 laps, but it was still quite a long... I think it was 29 or 30 laps, which is still a very long way considering that we've gone 38. That means that I think the stint would have been... albeit, of course, that was for his drive-through, wasn't it? What am I talking about? So, yes, to go back on my point, I think I agree with you. If he could be going that long, then he really could be forcing this race a little bit longer. Maybe the Go teams have an answer to that. They're only 17 seconds behind, mind you. After making their pit stop, they may be able to get him back on the strategy regardless, but it is definitely bold from Leonov, no doubt about that.
I don't think we quite understand there what's going on fully. We'll see in the next hour just how far they are able to go. So, has everybody made a stop now? It looks like we're getting close to that point, although that's still waiting on a few. I'm not entirely convinced Mitchy Hoyer's been in yet in GT3. Same for Abel Sequeira, also had a penalty in MC Motorsport. I'm noticing a bit of a trend of teams that had penalties who are running quite long into the race, although Nicola Pagani's not one of them. For Tamelli ERT, he has just legitimately gone a very long way. Also making me wonder what Jesper Pedersen did in his pit stop, because he's so far in front of everybody else, yet we're convinced he's made his stop. It's very puzzling. I can't imagine he's done anything very outlandish, because he's leading the race at the moment, and was by some distance before the pit stops. I can't imagine him trying to upset the normality of things by doing something strange, like he did at Interlagos, for example, where he was doing some very left field strategies along with Jurgen Simicic. I can't see them really doing this because they just don't need to.
No, I agree. We did see them doing it at Interlagos. It didn't necessarily work out 100% in their favour, but I'd wonder why they'd try it in a 4-hour race here at Bahrain. You know, we can't rule it out. They have been trying some weird and wonderful things, and you know, they know exactly what the plan is come the start of the race, and clearly have backing for it. But Pedersen and Simicic, let's see if they do something a little bit interesting. I think they try and keep it relatively to the norm, but we'll have to wait and see whether that will materialise, and we'll only really get that kind of judgment over the next hour or so, getting towards the halfway point in this race.
Hello. Oh, hello, Blackhawk, helping the other team, helping themselves, if you like. Mark Veit there has just been overtaken by Michal Sedlacek, and I think that GT3 may have made things a little bit more difficult for Michal Sedlacek than they might have done had their teammates not been in attendance there, but that's an accusation or a wild claim. In towards turn 11 they go, and the big story there is that Sedlacek is through, so change for second place. Thomas Enger Sim Racing now head of Blackhawk Racing, and are gaining points now. 5th place in the championship going into the start of the day. Gaining I mean, it's only 4 points they're gaining at the moment, but even so, it is a nice place to be for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who are looking to win one of the categories for the 2nd season in a row.
Yeah, and they have been pretty dominant, haven't they, over the last... Well, not necessarily, but they've been very, very effective in how they've been able to run their races over the last year or so here in the VEC, and looking to do it once again, and trying to get away from Mark Veit for P2 in the class. They're doing a pretty good job of that so far. It's only been about half a lap or so, 2/3 of a lap since they've been able to make that move, and they are already claiming a good second's worth of an advantage as they run their way towards turn 4. All three classes going pretty much side by side as we run up towards turn 4 with a couple of the leading battles actually involving the RAF sports car and of course that Thomas Henke sim racing car, but Mark Veit with a lot of work to do. We'll see that time gap change. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes over to a second. There we go, 1.1 seconds as they get to the end of sector 1, and Sedlacek doing a very good job for the time being.
My wild conspiracy theory about Black Hawk Racing has been immediately shot down by the truth, because that's a Simframe car that I was looking at. They look remarkably like Black Hawk cars these days. Actually, I've got to just defend my case there, but nevertheless, Christian Malguera was the driver who was being passed. And I'm very sorry to Black Hawk Racing for ever suggesting such a thing. It wasn't them. It was Christian Malguera who was on the inside of the Thomas Henke sim racing LMP2 into turn 8. 1.4 seconds is now the gap in that battle for second place. That is in LMP2. In GT3. This is the gap to the lead that Malguera will be focusing on. Probably 7.9 seconds is that gap. It's a lot more spread out in GT3, but there's been so much that's gone on in the opening hour, and I guess that's not too much of a surprise. And Christian Malguera will be very pleased. He was ahead of all of it when it was really kicking on back there for third place.
And now there are two teammates overtaking each other down at the final corner. Simframe LMP2 and a Simframe GT3. I think there are quite a few black and red. I think that's in at the moment, isn't it, Ewan? The black and red liveries. So no surprise that we see a couple that look very similar. I think you prefer a bit of white and red on livery. I wonder why that could be. But Simframe going for a nice dark livery. I'm sure it looks fantastic under the light, but it is difficult to pick out when there are quite a few similar looking entries and multiple similar looking entries on each of those teams. Black will have a few cars in all three of the categories, mind you, as do Simframe.
Was that? No, I don't think that was the Black Hawk car going through the bottom screen, was it? No, that wasn't. I'll prove my point eventually, but I'll get those two cars next to each other, and I'll tell one of them teams to sort it out, because they're far too similar for my liking. Battle for third is about to happen here in Hypercar, as Christopher Kiernak is not having a great second stint, or at least not a great start to it. Black Hawk Racing, the Hypercar version, Loic Meunier is catching. Here he is. He's taken his drive-through penalty that he had to serve at the opening part of the race for infringements at Monza, and now he's on the back of the Go Team car for third place. As I said earlier, I'm still not counting this car out because Loic Meunier is the fastest driver on the circuit.
Yeah, Meunier is doing a fantastic job in getting himself into the contention for the podium positions. We've not really seen so far this season Go Team in a leading position being under pressure like this. We've seen them pull away in the last couple of rounds and really hammer home their advantages that they've been able to construct, but Meunier really trying to put the cat amongst those pigeons and to try and put himself in the top 3, as we've seen Nick De Silva able to do in the last half hour or so, because Go Team have had 1 and 2 in the last 2 races and had controlled those positions for a vast majority of those races. So the idea that we're seeing some close battles in the top 3 could be interesting, as was that late braking manoeuvre from Meunier. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, to be honest.
Very well, too late, I think, and he'll agree with that, because he was right on the back of Christopher Kiernak, broke too late probably, and very nearly crashed into the back of him. Now he's going to have to do 3 wide if he wants to stay with Kiernak here in towards the middle sector, and he has just about done it. He's lost a bit of time there, but he is in touch at least with the Go Team car, currently leading this little battle and holding the last spot on the podium just for the moment. Lots of traffic up ahead of them here, by the way, up in towards turn 9 and 10. There is probably 6 at least LMP2 and GT3s up ahead in a pretty congested part of the field.
Yeah, got to be careful at this stage of the racetrack. 3 wide as you're making your way towards turn 11. All 3 classes being represented in that 3 wide moment, and Meunier, the Hypercar representative there, trying to pick his way through with as much ease as he can. Now through the bulk of that group, he can go after the Go Team car once again, and we'll see if there's any move that can be made down into maybe turn 1, maybe turn 4. A little too far back for the time being to consider that, but we may see a little bit of the traffic getting involved into the final corner. Munier will be hoping to avoid losing too much time behind, who I believe that is Cam Cripps from the Bahrain Esports car, but will have no choice but to sit and wait. I may be wrong in that, but I believe that is Cripps.
Yep, well, it's certainly his car. Whether he's still driving it, I'm not sure, but that is the Bahrain Esports Corvette. Koenig has done well, putting a bit of distance actually between himself and Munier in these last couple of moments, and this traffic's certainly going to help him. He'll have 2 or maybe 3 between he and 4th place now. That's good work through traffic. You need a little bit of luck on your side, of course, but also you need some good skills as well. There goes Munier slicing and dicing his way through. Now there'll be nose to tail again, and Munier can try and close in again, but Koenig's just bought himself some time there. There's certainly a knack to getting through lap traffic. It's not all down to luck, and Koenig certainly had a good run through that time round.
And Koenig doing a good job in keeping himself right at the sharp end of this battle between himself and Munier, of course, just keeping himself far enough away. Now overtaking a couple of the front-running LMP2s, I do believe. I think it's Thomas Ingerson Racing being overtaken. And now another Go Team car in one of the LMP2s. No sort of shenanigans this time around for Christopher Koenig, but I think he'll be pleased we've got away with that one in a similar part of the racetrack as well, mind you.
So we'll park that battle just for the moment, because on-off racing are being caught in LMP2. Yusin Narula is right onto the back of Nicolas Lemoine now. They're in this same part of the traffic, actually. Same bit of GT3 traffic. Narula is going to have to go around the outside of 12, and that's not going to happen. So a bit of breathing space for Lemoine, but it's very noticeable, I think, how the first part of the stint he was pushing on for podium places and maybe higher. Now all of a sudden he's only just clinging on to 4th place. It's kind of weird how the second stint is not quite going as well for not really any reason that I can see.
No, exactly, and a little bit confusing for these guys, but I'm sure they're going to be on top of it and trying to work out exactly what the issue is, and therefore trying to work out a fix or a solution, how they can try and adapt to this situation for the time being. Sitting around where they are, not really going too far forward, not dropping too far back, but in a tight train, so we'll see how this can work. And front-off racing, and Nicolas Lemoine, we've seen good moves so far this season. I think back to Interlagos, there were a couple of really special moves at turn number 1 that we saw from Nicolas to work himself into real podium contention. We'll see if that can happen again here on the back of the Black Hawk car, which is only just about a second up the road.
Yeah, Mark Veit is going backwards here. Sort of similarly having a difficult second stint compared to his first, which is puzzling me a little bit, to be honest. But there you go. He'll try and cling on now to this podium, but might be a bad points day for Black Hawk if they're not careful. Whoa, Lemoine, they're very sideways, and that's not going to help. He is going to lose a bit of time there out of turn 10 as he slid his way through, as we just saw. Yellow flag in the middle sector, and it is unfathomable who is off. So there's a lot of people going through there that middle sector at the moment, I've got to tell you, and so that's going to be completely unworkoutable. Battle for 7th place is going on in LMP2 between Corentin Puento and Francisco Geniali. This low end of the top 10. Haven't seen too much of these two just yet, and they're generally having a sort of middling race, as they have done for most of this season. They're 6th and 7th in the championship. They're 7th and 8th in this race. I think that says a lot about where they are.
Yeah, and they've been I mean, for Geniali, he's just been in this kind of his position for a little while now, trying to find a way through, and Geniali will be looking for it down at turn number 1. But again, we are still in this stage of the race, but we're in the second stint, really in the meat of the second stint now, looking towards, particularly in the LMP2s, where we're going to pit for stint number 3. But we're also approaching half distance. That's how quickly these 4-hour races can turn for these teams who are, maybe a little bit more used to doing the 6 hours, the 8 hours. Of course, 24 when we get over to the season finale at Le Mans. But these 4-hour races, we've not had many of them this season. I think, in fact, this will be our only one, if I'm not mistaken, over the course of the season. We may have had one so far, but definitely only one of 2 maximum. it really has now. It is now sticking out as an important race, and if anything, a sprint race in comparison to the rest of the season. And teams, I think, are realising that and really are getting on with their moves and not really waiting around too much as we see in some of the other races.
Yeah, that was, by the way, Daniel Ursling getting overtaken there pretty easily by Erderekan and Pim van Ark, who are now in 8th and 9th. I think Callan Cripps is just behind him and probably going to make a move pretty shortly as well. Yimi Nisler is just in behind Andrei Marchak at the moment for 4th place as well. This is quite a long way now behind Caspian. There's some very big gaps in GT3 at the moment. I can't quite explain just yet, but we'll try and keep figuring it out with the 2 hours 40 remaining in this race. The Blackpool car just ahead of the Satellite. That's number 81, the one that's just ahead. That's not the one involved in the championship fight. That is Erderekan, who is down in 9th place for now. They're certainly going to need to gain some places from there. Down the front straight, there goes the Simframe car past the Blackpool car. Could you tell? No, I rest my case about that. They just look too similar. Yimi Nisler can't work his way through, though, more importantly, on the 4th place BMW. And so these two remain nose to tail, an inexplicably long way from the lead. And again, I can't quite work out why.
Yeah, but it's a difficult scenario for them to be in for the time being. Yimi Nisler trying to find a way through, but some of these gaps are pretty large. And are going to be trying to, and teams and drivers are going to be trying to close them down. I think it's my point, is what I'm trying to say. But it's difficult to really judge why some of these teams are where they are for the time being. We may be missing a couple of little moments, although I heavily doubt it because we haven't seen too many yellow flags happen in the last hour. But the pace may be just not being there for a couple of these teams. Yimi Nisler trying to open himself up a little bit of clean air and some fresh tarmac, although rear slide at turn 10. Leaving a couple of marks on the circuit. Nisler looking for the move down at turn 11 now. He needs to get one of these moves done relatively soon, otherwise he may find himself stuck in P5, stuck in P4, and with no hope of closing a gap that is growing, and 30 seconds is looking pretty large for the time being.
It certainly is. And we'll try and continue to get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd between Christopher Kierneck and Luc Meunier is going on again. When it's in clean air, it seems that Meunier is closing in quite quickly, but in traffic, Kierneck's having a good time with things. He's certainly negotiating the traffic very well. Through the middle sector they go. They're right now getting up towards the leaders in GT3, who are very much on their own, as you can see with the gaps there, but they are also catching the tail end of the GT3s, the leads in GT3 are catching the tail enders in GT3, so it's going to get very messy soon for these guys. They're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with as some of the LMP3s have to come in even inside of an hour and a half gone here, but that's not too much of a concern. If you do 40-minute stints, you'll end up doing 6 of them throughout the day, so that might be what some elect to do over the course of this 4-hour race, the only one in the season. But Luc Meunier now is going to want to find his way through pretty quickly. If he's serious about winning this race, he can't afford to take ages passing Christopher Kierneck here, as difficult as this might be, because those two leaders are more than 10 seconds ahead of this battle.
Yeah, and these guys have to make sure that they're not losing too much more time. Kierneck, of course, has had his couple of issues so far in this race, notably down at turn 10 with Nick De Silva, but cannot afford any kind of shenanigans once again. So, going to be careful. Meunier, though, is he going to go for the move at turn 1? A little bit of a defensive line thrown, though, by Kierneck to the inside. Not close enough to the inside, though. Meunier to the inside. Bit of a rear slide, so they get it stopped into turn 1. But has he got it done? Just about not, because Kierneck is on the inside. A little bit of door-to-door contact as they work their way through turn 2, but Kierneck has now lost the position. Meunier is up into P3 and going to get helped out by, not his teammate, the Simframe car, would you believe, as that appears as they work their way to turn 4. It's nice how things work out like that, isn't it, Ewan?
They used to be a nice blue, the Simframes. Anyway, they're up to 3rd place, Black Hawk Racing now in the standings, and that maybe took a bit longer than Luc Meunier was hoping for, but Christopher Kierneck now down to 4th. That's the championship leading car, by the way. It's easy to forget. Number 7. They're only 4 points ahead of their teammates, so that's surely going to change hands at the end of the day. Racing Zone only 6 points behind, but they're down in 6th at the moment after serving 3 drive-through penalties earlier on in the day. So It is a changing of hands, but not really of teams, if you like. Go Team Racing are going to be championship leaders in some form or other at the end of the day. But are they going to be race winners? That's the big key here. And, well, it's unclear at the moment. Mikel Leroux is being caught by Nick De Silva in the white car with the blue stripes down the middle. You can see in the background the number 1 car. Leroux down the inside of a couple of slower cars there in towards the final corner. So he's got a second over the line, but with 2 hours 35 to go. The battle for the lead might well be upon us very shortly.
Yeah, what a stint it has been from Nick De Silva to get himself right in contention with Mikel Leroux. Down into towards turn 1 they go. It really has been impressive. Not quite having the qualifying pace to be right at the front of the field, but the race pace absolutely there in abundance. And Go Team, like I said before, we haven't seen this so far this season, that Go Team have been reeled in as a duo, going from first and second now to what could even be second and fourth in the not too distant future if De Silva is able to get through. He's still got quite a bit of time on this stint as well before they think about pit stops, so a lot of wiggle room for Nick De Silva. Let's see if he can get this one done. Lots of traffic not helping the case for either driver to get this battle underway, really.
Ed's saying that if Simfreen went back to blue, I'd get them mixed up with Go Team. Go Team have a bit of red on them, and Simfreen used to have some sort of like green and orange flashes as well, from memory. And they seem like a different colour of blue as well, so I don't know. I feel like it was better before, but anyway. Out of turn 10 goes Mikel Leroux, and he's hanging on to the lead for the moment, but that's not an ideal moment through traffic. And Nick De Silva will be rubbing his hands together now, because he'll be a lot closer all of a sudden. Oh, around the outside through turn 12, and that's gone wrong for Leroux, I'm afraid. De Silva having a much better run there. He'll be down the inside at 13, and have a look at this. He's right in the slipstream now. At the end of this lap, Leroux will be looking in his mirrors, especially down in towards turn 1.
Yeah, the way that this track is constructed, which makes it so good for racing, 3 long straights really punctuate the end and the start of the lap, down into the final corner, down to turn 1, down to turn 4, meaning that if you can get yourself into the slipstream by that, what really is the penultimate turn, you can really reel in your opponent as you work your way towards the end of the opening sector. That's exactly what De Silva is doing. Down into turn 1, he's not close enough this time to make a move, but can he try and use that gap to his advantage and close in towards turn 4? Let's see, up the hill, looks like he's going to be a little bit too far back, but De Silva more than in this battle, and he is going to be right on the tail of Leroux going through the rest of this lap if he can get through on the GT3, which he of course can.
And there'll be nose to tail through the middle sector again. Only 8 seconds ahead of Loic Meunier. I wonder how much that's going to figure in the thoughts of these two now as they go into battle for this race lead. They won't be that far away from a pit stop, but they'll have to park that for the moment. They're, I suppose, be more worried about Loic Meunier. He's been the fastest driver on the circuit so far, and he is only now 8 seconds or 11 seconds, it's correcting itself, behind them, with no obstacles in front, no Kiernick just up in front. So I wonder if they'll think about that before they start to battle, or whether they're just going to go side by side anyway.
Yeah, and Leroux having to defend because nearly a move to the inside there from De Silva. That got very close down there, and De Silva now out of shape as he comes into turn 12, meaning that Leroux will get the advantage that he lost this time last lap, but that got very close down in towards turn 11, and De Silva really looked for the move, maybe trying to use the GT3 to his advantage, knowing that he'd have a bit of a struggle getting himself through turn 12, but in the end Leroux just about defending. These guys still maintaining an 11-second advantage, but that could start to diminish if they start to fight too hard, and you can see it diminishing already, down to 10.5. What am I talking about? Back up to over 11, are you?
It's going to keep fluctuating. Gianluca Scalvini is defending the Simframe team. We had a different sponsor back then. It's been 3 years since we changed the livery. I'm not very good at getting used to change. it's I know it's been a while, but I'm still not quite used to it. It's my fault, isn't it, really? But you know, I'm going to wish for the livery to come back, even if it won't. Through the middle sector, they'll go, and they'll be at arm's length from each other this time round. Leroux not quite under so much pressure as he was last time, especially into turn 10. De Silva very nearly got into the back of him, to be honest. And into 11, he very nearly made quite a rash move down the inside. Thankfully, thought better of it, because I don't think it would have ended very well. But through here, he was absolutely nose to tail, and he's not quite there again. Out onto the middle straight they go, and as you can see up ahead of them, that's the Seawolf car, the Seawolf Porsche, but other than that, not very much traffic up ahead of them here. There's 4 in the next couple of corners just up ahead of them, and then another 2 on the next straight up ahead of that, but there's going to be a lot of clean air here for these two to sort this out without traffic around.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be starting to see a little bit more movement going on between these two. It's getting closer towards the final corner, no doubt about that. Nick De Silva is closer to the rear end of Michael Leroux than he was this time last lap. Is he going to be able to go for the move on the 1.5 hour mark into this race? They'll come out of the final corner. There was a little bit of traffic up in front, but this is where it can happen. Leroux going to have to defend because De Silva is more than close enough. The gap between them crossing the line is under 0.3 of a second and closing all the time. Is there any move that Nick De Silva can throw into turn 1? He's going to go to the inside. He's coming late. He's gone for it. A little bit of a rear slide. He's got it done though. The up and under for Leroux's going to work out as they door bank through turn 2. Leroux has the advantage, but it's going to be the outside line for De Silva to turn 4.
How did they both pull that up in time? De Silva there was right on the ragged edge of not making it at all. Here he goes again. Looking on the inside. Oh, he's on the rear brakes there and very nearly slid himself back into the side of Leroux again there, but he's not quite able to work his way through. Past the Caspian Porsche they go, and Leroux gets himself back into the lead again. A fantastic battle between these two, but you get the feeling that's only the first chapter of this story. There's going to be a lot more yet to come from these two.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting stage now for Leroux to have to defend as he slides again a little bit. It's just the nature of these cars, the slides, it just doesn't make for comfortable viewing, does it? As Leroux makes it through, or Nick De Silva, do not know how those two haven't spun at some point. They got so close to major contact down at turn number 2. But the amount of contact wasn't quite enough to spin them around and allowed them to keep going in a straight line. But Leroux under pressure once again. Team Iris not helping him out whatsoever. De Silva's trying to get a nicer line through the corner, and they absolutely will. Nick De Silva is going to have a great run towards the final corner, left side by side already.
Leroux could have boxed him in there behind the Team Iris car, but he chose not to risk the accident, and so he's going to get overtaken in towards the final corner. Leroux there decided to give De Silva the space to use his exit speed and come back through again. Now, will Leroux reply in towards turn 1? He's right in the slipstream here. He is close enough. De Silva was about this distance when he made his move last time, but Leroux is not quite as late on the brakes. He is into the back of him. Wow, into the first corner. He's going to need a good exit here out of turn 2 and then make the move at 4 maybe. Is he close enough this time? De Silva thought about it last time round, getting late on the brakes, but no. Leroux a bit more cautious actually in second place than De Silva was.
Yeah, Nick De Silva is going to be able to defend that position for the time being. Can he pull away? Can he use this advantage to his advantage and really make hay with the gap that he has built up? Leroux is going to have to keep close, going to have to apply the pressure, because with the pace that we've seen from Nick De Silva in the opening 92 minutes in this race, you know, if you were Michael Leroux, you'd be worried, because the amount of speed that we've seen from Nick De Silva has been quite impressive. Let's see if he can really hammer home the advantage, pull away from the rest, and get himself into a nice comfortable lead before the end of this second stint. Leroux getting caught up behind the Hyperion as well, not going to help out whatsoever. Leading battles in both the Hypercars and in the LMP3s coming together. It's going to help out Nick De Silva though. He's going to have nearly, if not over, a second's worth of an advantage. There we go, 1.3. Work our way down the hill once again towards the final corner or so. This is really getting to an important stage of this battle. Second stint is ongoing and coming towards the end of it now. You'd have to say that the advantage with Nick De Silva means that there's a little bit of work to do for Michael Leroux. So definitely an interesting stage of the race. We'll have to see how they can pick up the pieces as they work their way towards the end of stint number 2.
Those pit stops are happening now in LMP2, but they'll be happening over quite a long period of time. Battle for 6th place in GT3 still going on at the moment. Pagardi's gained a lot of time through the first pit stops, we believe through double stinting tyres. Liam Rance said the top 4 double stinted tyres in GT3. That was a little bit of a while ago. Whether he means Sasselite did or someone that they've passed, I'm not sure, but Pagardi certainly has gained a lot of time from that first pit stop phase. And Gida He's just gaining a lot of time from making a lot of overtakes, as he certainly did in the first part of this race, the first stint of this race. He's got a very good exit there as well. You'd imagine that Guida is going to work his way to the inside here. When there are on different strategies, there isn't much to fight over. They tend not to bother, but let's see if that changes this time around. The BMW looking pretty strong in a straight line as the LMP2s come through on the inside of the net. And no, Ben Guida can't quite get it done here, so he's going to have to work his way through a different point, but that was wide from Pagani. Surely the exit is going to be good enough here for Guida to work his way through. He gets himself to the outside. He'll be getting a whiff of a slipstream now from the LMP2s that have just passed them, and they've slightly touched on the straight there. Door banging on the way towards turn 4. Pagani holds on. Guida comes back through again. I said there wouldn't be much of a battle, but there certainly has been. Guida comes back through inside for turn 6. Has he got it done? Not yet. He'll be on the outside at 7. Careful! Oh, there was always going to be contact there. And Nicola Pagani is off. Spins through turn 7. He gets back on the road again, but he's outside the top 8 all of a sudden after a bit of contact that was always going to happen, I'm afraid, through turn 7.
Yeah, through goes Bravo Esports as well, just to rub salt into the wound for Nicola Pagani. Nicely spun back around, but that is probably just a very thin consolation for them, as Pagani is now down to 10th place, still inside that top 10, and still with a relatively close train in front of him, but not at all what Timelli would have wanted to see towards the halfway mark in their race, especially considering that we again are nearing the pit stop phases in the GT3s. We're in a very strong position, and we'll see if Pagani or teammate can recover up the order, because I expect if we're going to see some driver changes soon, we're going to be seeing them in this second stop as we're about halfway through the race.
Well, slightly exaggerating, but yes, sort of. In the lead, still LMP2, Thomas Vac for now. Mark Veit is still second. Concha Poitou is now third for RFRO. Then it's the other Hyperion car, then Yellow Binsbergen, then Boita Polesny, who is the first of those who stopped in this cycle, 5 seconds ahead of Charlie Rigo, who's also a driver change, and Derek Perenek as well for Sean Clark Racing. It very much seems that this is going to be a one driver change race. Let's see if that remains. Nick De Silva still leads, 1.1 seconds, and have a look at this. It's quite congested here as rFactor Esports are into the pit lane as well. They are doing something different by the looks of things. Jesper Pedersen in with 2 hours 23 to go.
They're not going for the extra stop, are they? Surely?
Surely.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're not going to be able to get to the end on 2 stints that are, over 70 minutes apiece. So this is interesting. Pedersen's not the only one in there. There's another couple of drivers that are coming in to the box. But if rFactor Esports are going for the 5 stints, this could be pretty brave. Maybe their calculations are, if they can just push in clean air, they're going to be able to make up the time for that pit stop. But we're going to have to see how that works out. Dermot can. For Kathleen Motorsport coming around towards the final couple of corners now, or the final corner, depending on who you ask, and he will be seeing whether he can retake the lead. Depends on whether we see the rFactor Esports team come out of the pit lane shortly, which would you think they take on less fuel if they're doing less stops, but you can just about see them there, still in the pit box.
Looks like Demecan is going to lead for a short while then. And of course, we'll have to make his own stop. And in due course, I do understand the strategy in what they're doing, but I don't understand why they do it, because they were so far out in front. I guess when you set out to do a strategy at the start of the day, it is somewhat difficult to adjust when you're in a race like this, a 4-hour race, and it does cover them off from Code 80s, to be fair, which we haven't had any of so far this afternoon. I don't really understand why they bother. They're the fastest team by some distance. Jesper Pedersen is still in that car now, and he's clearly the fastest driver in GT3. They were over 10 seconds ahead of anybody else after the first hour. I don't really see why they'd bother taking a risk on a strategy that nobody else is doing, and not just do what everybody else is doing, because it's up to everybody else to do something different and try and beat them that way. It feels to me like they're almost trying to score in their own net.
Yeah, I don't really know how to describe this strategy particularly. It's brave. It's definitely brave. It's just whether it's going to work out for them. It's an interesting one. Jasper Pedersen. I mean, Pedersen and Simic know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. How many championships have they won? too many that I can get on my screen right now. But Pedersen has and Simoncic have the experience, they have the nous, they clearly know what they're doing. It maybe didn't work out 100% in Interlagos, but they're backing themselves to do it yet again. And even if it's not going to work out, they're still looking like it's going to be a pretty strong finish regardless. The only issue is they'd be finishing maybe behind their closest championship rivals. So there is always that, but at the same time, for the time being, I think we can only credit them for trying something because it doesn't look like it's going wrong just yet.
Yeah, I should have added that yet. I've learned not to doubt Pedersen and Simoncic, especially Simoncic. Actually, I said during a Formula Sim Racing World Championship race that he was never going to finish on the podium because he was running about 12th at the time. I just couldn't see how his strategy would work, and he finished second. So from that day, I learned never doubt Thierry Simoncic because he does know what he's doing, as it turns out. I'll park that for the moment, but I just can't quite get my head around it for now. They are third as things stand. Further behind, Pim van Ark is in sixth place all of a sudden, and just ahead of Ulla Erkan in the number 91, and the number 99 is Riccardo Corazzari for Simframe. I'm not going to bring that up again, but there they are. At least they're in different machines. Out of the final corner, Corazzari's got a decent run actually here, and a double slipstream as well. There could be a good chance here. Oh, he's already pulling alongside. He's almost got too good of a run because he's now alongside where he's getting no slipstream, whereas his rival is. But it looks like Erkan was lifting off there. He gets through with ease, Riccardo Corazzari, and so Simframe are up to 7th place with a little assistance from Arda Erkan.
Yeah, and Corazzari, let's see if he can try and get up into P6 as well. Not too far to go. You can see that battle right in the foreground. And is that 2 Team Iris cars overtaking each other? I believe it is, as they work their way in towards turn number 4. Corazzari will get it on the stoppers, and he will be trying to overtake Team Iris in that purple and black livery. Very nice, personally. On the way down the hill towards turn number 7, you can definitely tell who Iris are. There isn't anybody else who's really covered in purple this season.
Exactly. Their liveries always look fantastic, and they're up to 6th place for now. This is number 70, Pim van Ark. The GT3 standings after this amount of rounds, they're down in 20th, I'm afraid, down behind a couple of the Division 2 cars, or I should say the cars that started in Division 2. But have since had races here, like Bros Racing and Carloni Racing. Out of turn 11 they go. Corazzari is a lot closer to Van Ark, and Erkan clearly running his own race at the moment. You can see why he let Corazzari through, because he's certainly a lot quicker, and certainly wants to make moves as well. Looked up the inside there into the penultimate corner, couldn't quite do it on Pim van Ark, who I think would have given him the room if push came to shove, but he wasn't willing to quite initially. And now again he's looking at the inside. Well, he needs to reserve his energy a little bit for a big move down the inside, properly thought out one, but at the moment he's making some half moves that is bound to get him in trouble if he's not careful.
Yeah, I mean, almost like an excited puppy at the moment, trying to find a way through absolutely everywhere, sticking his nose down the inside. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle as the defence comes in from Van Ark. Inside line for Corazzari. Going to hit it for a second there, but they just have the overlap, and Iris will stay in P6. Is the run good enough for Corazzari to have a run at turn 4, though? Outside line is where it's going to have to be, because Van Ark has laid claim to the inside line. Can he hook it all the way around the outside, being squeezed to the outside as far as can be? Up and under is the elected line for Riccardo Corazzari. Is it working out? He's got a bit of a run, but not enough to have any kind of claim at turn number 6. And for the time being, Team Iris and Pim van Ark will hang on, but for how much longer can they?
Well, Corazzari is going to try and make sure that it's as little time as possible. Van Ark, though, putting up a lot more resistance than the driver we're currently riding on board with did. Arda Erkan. Corazzari again looking at the inside, surely not at 9 and 10, though. A difficult double left-hander to get yourself down the inside of, and so he has to stay behind. Looking for a good exit here into the slipstream. For 6th place. He's sort of posing there that he's not going to go for it, but he's done that before. Now he does look up the inside, but no, again doesn't try to. And Pim van Ark is almost being pushed now through this corner, which he's sliding through anyway. Riccardo Corazzari applying so much pressure, and they're almost getting into the back of him again there through turn 12. He's not close enough though at 13, which he has another look up the inside of. He gets over the inside curb a lot more sufficiently there. Will he have a move at the final corner? You don't often see them through there, to be honest, but there could be on this occasion. BMW holding its own well on the straight, but again, Corazari can't do it. Again, he has to wait for turn 1.
Trying to get into the wing mirrors, though, as they work their way through the final turn, and he will get as close as he can, right up to the back of Pim van Mark. He's closer than he was on the last lap, just trying to follow the bob and weave from the Team Iris BMW. Inside line is where Corazari is going to go. Does he have enough straight line speed to try and get it done before the corner? I think it's going to have to be done on the brakes. Can he brake in time? Oh, it's a very much inside line. I think he's gone deep. He has indeed, but he's covered off the line from Pim van Mark. And Riccardo Corazari with a fantastic move to get himself up into P6, nothing that the Van Aert can do. But now with the Blackpool car of Arda, this could become a 3-car battle very, very quickly.
It's a flashback to the 3-wide moment in the first hour, but Urquhart was nowhere near as close at that time around, and the two ahead weren't even side by side either. But Corazari's through to 6th place. I get the feeling now that actually he will pull away, because for all the aggression that he was showing, and you can debate whether that was really necessary and whether there was a better way to do that, but actually his speed does look a lot quicker actually than the two he's just overtaken, especially Urquhart, who realised that from a long way out. But even Pim van Ark as well, who's now down in 7th place. Surely Corazari is going to get away from these two.
With the pace that he's shown, I think that would generally be the consensus thought here. It's just whether he can keep it on the track. We've seen some aggressive moves. He hasn't necessarily run his own line for a few laps. So let's see how that goes for him. I'm sure he will be able to pull away, but it's not the biggest of gains that we've seen after making a move. We've seen a couple of drivers been able to gain about a second through the middle sector on some other drivers. Not necessarily happening here between P6 and P7. That gap will extend though out to 8/10, so it's nearly at that second mark, but it's just not the biggest advantage that we've seen. I think for Corazari right now, the thinking is to try and get after P5, only a couple of seconds up the road. That's going to be aim number 1, and let's see how quickly he can close in for that top 5 finish.
Nick de Silva's pitted from the lead of this race, by the way, in the number 1, and so is now down to 7th place. That's quite a long way back, to be honest. The Go Team cars have both been in, I think, and Mikel Leroux is back out again, well ahead. Christopher Kiernick is still in pit lane, but there's some strategy really going on now. We'll get to the bottom of in the coming hour, but Nick de Silva is right now on the back of Danny van der Neet, and this is what this kind of strategy does. It puts you in a lot of traffic that you need to get through very quick. De Silva down to 7th place, and according to that, 3 minutes off the lead. I find that pretty hard to believe, but we'll see what it normalises to when we get round to the start-finish line. Over the line for De Silva. It does look like he's almost a lap down here, but anyway, down the inside into 5th place he's going to go, late on the brakes, and he is through into 5th, but he's absolutely miles behind everybody here. Up ahead of him, Christopher Kiernick in 4th place. He's just working his way through turn 8. It's very puzzling indeed as Luc Meunier now comes in from the new race lead.
Yeah, Meunier going that lap longer than we saw from Nick de Silva, but will that make too much of a difference? We'll find out. Of course, Leroux pitting slightly earlier than Meunier. Will that come back to bite Leroux and the Go Team car? We'll have to wait and see on that front, but it's going to be a case of how big is that gap going to be when we emerge from the pit lane after our second round of pit stops in this 4 hours of Bahrain. Leroux through the final corner. Or that through the final corner, depending on whether you ask Ewan or not. Up towards the line, up towards the pit lane, and look, Meunier is still in the box, so I think we're going to see a change of lead. And Meunier going to have to come back from P2 once again.
Certainly is. The Go Team YouTube suggesting that Nick de Silva must have fixed damage. I suppose so, to be honest. There he is, down in 5th place, just to make his way through the penultimate corner. Meunier now comes out of the pit lane. Well, eventually he will. He's still in pit lane at the moment, so Go Team get back to 1 and 2 again, despite the fact that Meunier got himself past Kiernick. So there is something especially strange going on here. Go Team are going to be back to 1 and 2, but all of a sudden, Blackhawk and the number 1 1089 racing team, they're both a long way behind all of a sudden, and Meunier is even further down here. So can't quite explain what's happening at the moment in the Hypercar field. The lead has changed hands though, and Mikel Leroux all of a sudden is in a much more comfortable position than what he was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, he was being absolutely hounded, wasn't he, for the lead of the race. Now he's got a lovely bit of breathing room. 9 seconds to the Netrex car, which, to be honest, we don't really know what they're doing on the strategy. And 21 seconds back to a teammate. So it's looking pretty good for Go Team once again. Like you say, difficult to really judge what or why is going on for a few of those cars down there. Looked like maybe Nick Silver fixing damage, possibly. Mounier fixing damage, possibly. But we didn't see anywhere that Mounier could pick up any of that damage. So really strange moment, but Go Team don't care. They're loving life at the moment.
Very strange indeed. Well, they're not the miles ahead that I was talking about earlier, because the gaps hadn't corrected themselves just yet. So 4th place for Nick De Silva. He is 40 seconds behind. It's a long way. Loic Meunier, 6th place, 50 seconds behind. Now, there's not a lot of things that you can do in a pit stop that take 40 or 50 seconds that the others wouldn't have done. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. But then again, because of the way that this is a 4-hour race and the amount of time that these guys do on fuel, the amount of time you have for a splash and dash, the amount of loose time you have to play with, if you like, throughout this race is quite large. So if Go Team have short-filled a bit, and there's no reason, I'm just throwing things out there, there's no reason to suggest they have, but if they are, then they can create quite a big gap. But even so, I'm very surprised with the amount of time that Loic Meunier is suddenly behind everybody he was racing with previously, and despite his speed, which is clearly better than anybody else's as an individual, there's no way he can catch 50 seconds on his own, surely.
Yeah, that is looking pretty like a pretty tough ask right now. 50 seconds is on the larger side of gaps, and 2 hours to do it, it's not really going to be terribly good for Meunier at the moment. You're looking at nearly a second a lap, not quite a second a lap, but we're really going into that range, far more than half a second a lap, that's for sure, to get yourself to the front of the field, and that's every single lap without fail, including getting through traffic. So yeah, looking pretty tough for the time being, but it's looking pretty good for those Go Team cars. Meunier's got a little bit of traffic now to work his way through, including that Hyperion car, who is getting through on a sim frame. So Blackhawk and sim frame going through side by side. If anything, I think I've noticed, Ewan, that the Blackhawk red is slightly lighter, slightly
I'm
redder.
not going back to this.
Than the sim frame red.
Get myself in so much trouble this afternoon. Dear, oh dear. Conspiracy theories and all sorts. Anyway. Meunier continues on in 6th place. Regardless, in the LMP2s, they've made their pit stops now, and they've pretty much all changed drivers. So Patrick Sikorsky leads for Hyperion, followed by Wojciech Polesny for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. On-off Sim Racing up to 3rd, because Maximilian Scheider is now 4th for Blackhawk Racing. That's a drive change there as well. David Beredex in for Sean Clark Racing, running out the top 5 ahead of Marco Vinchulo. That is a battle for 5th place that's going on, but just petering out in the last couple of moments. Luca Martino and Enzo Guibert round out the top 8 there in LMP2. But interesting that they've all changed drivers. Wonder whether that's the only time they're going to be changing drivers this afternoon.
Yeah, we've seen some teams elect not to change their drivers, haven't we? So far in this race, maybe looking to change towards the end of the race, happy with how some of their guys are going so far, but interesting to see some of the teams going either way on that one. I think most teams would have trusted their opening drivers to go deep into this race with the pace that they clearly trusted them with early on, and if they're going well, why change too early? So I think a couple of team decisions are being made here, and for a few of them, the likes of the 1089 team and for the Blackhawk team and the Hypercars, I think they're happy with their drivers for the time being and have confidence in them being able to give the team the best chance at getting further up the field. And I think at the moment you'd need that with a couple of the teams a little bit further down than they were not too long ago.
Yeah, it's still more than half this race remaining yet, so it's still a very changeable situation. Danny van der Neat, meanwhile, is into the pit lane, so the top 5 now is included with Loic Meunier. Ivan Leonov still hasn't pitted in just yet. He set the fastest lap of anybody in the practice server before this event, practicing in December and maybe the early part of this year. So 1 lap pace, clearly not a concern, but unfortunately, Netrex rather undone by their penalties. 3 drive-through penalties for the number 19. Danny van der Neet, who's just come into pit lane for the pit stop, and this car had a drive-through earlier on as well, so always difficult to come back from those. But as we were talking about earlier, it is possible to come back from certainly one drive-through penalty. Loic Meunier was challenging for podium places not so long ago, despite the fact that Blackhawk had 1 to serve at the start of this race.
Yeah, and the race was really blown wide open pretty quickly with the penalties that we saw. But drivers and teams able to pull it back somewhat. So it's really impressive to see, particularly from Loic Meunier, to be able to recover from that drive-through penalty on his own stint, all his own work, to get himself right back into podium contention. A real shame that he is now a long way off that podium after that really long pit stop not too long ago, but 10 seconds off the back of the car in front. How much does he back himself to get back to P4? I'd suspect quite a lot. He's going to have to get through on the Caspian Motorsport GT3 though, down into turn number 11, and that Porsche is dispatched off pretty quickly as we run our way up to turn number 11 and 12. And before we get off, Ewan, I have to say, I know how much of a darts fan you are, right? So I didn't know if you knew that the next big darts event, the Bahrain Darts Masters, is actually going to be happening at the circuit, just on the outside of the final corner. That little white dome that you can see is where they do the darts. So I don't know if you can see it from this camera angle when Meunier comes to the final corner, but on the left-hand side, basically to the right-hand side of this camera angle, is where they're going to do the darts in a couple of weeks.
Well, okay. That's I didn't know that. I didn't know it was in Bahrain, but I didn't know it
fun
was...
facts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more fun facts? We've only got 5 minutes. You might as well squeeze them in.
We're gonna have to let me think about this now. Bahrain's hot. There you go. There's one. Well, I'm on my feet. I think you've covered that one though.
Yes, we have rather. Battle for 5th place is starting to close in. Marco Ventulo is getting pretty close now to David Beranek, long-time Virtual Endurance Championship driver. Used to be in the top class back in the LMP1 days. Now driving for Sean Clark Racing in LMP2. And Ventulo trying to work his way past for Simframe, coming up on some of one of his teammates in an Aston Martin down in towards turn number 1. They might both get him. No. Oh, he's got it wrong slightly, Beranek there. He's got it on the rear brakes a little bit, and that'll be an easy pass for Marco Ventulo. With it, no! Beranek gets straight to the side of him, and the two will fight very hard for this 5th place. The Aston Martin says, I want absolutely no part of this. I'm getting well out the way, and they do. Ventulo still holds the inside line, but Beranek doesn't want to give this one up at all by the looks of things. Outside line through turn 4. Oh, he's going to have to. He has to squeeze out there. He is squeezed out by the Simframe Esports driver, Marco Ventulo. And that was quite a feisty battle for 5th place. But Sean Clark Racing, for the first time in a while, are outside of the top 5.
Yeah, Beranek there really getting aggressive, flashing the lights down towards turn number 4, and yeah, not going too well for Beranek on the outside. Vinculio with another somewhat aggressive but effective move to get himself up into P5, and now looking to try and chase after Blackhawk for P4. Maybe not the happiest of battles there, with Beranek clearly unhappy with the moves that were happening through turn 2 and 3, but Vinculio got it done, and will try and march on towards the top 4 now.
I kind of feel that Beranek was probably more unimpressed with himself after outbreaking himself at the first corner. I don't think it was really anything Ventura did that annoyed him. I think he was just annoyed with himself, but I don't know. He certainly was aggressive in trying to hold on to 5th place, so much so that the Aston Martin, the Simframe Aston Martin, pulled to the full right-hand side, gave them about 4 car widths to play with between the two of them, just because he didn't want to be involved, and who can really blame him after seeing that going on in his rearview mirrors. Speaking of Simframe, the number 99 of Riccardo Corazzari is really on the march in this stint, and he's now down below a second behind Andrei Merchak. This is, I think, going to be a legitimate battle for the podium later on, but I could be proven to be wrong. They are not that far ahead of quite a lot of cars, so we'll see how it goes. But Corazzari's really been on the march, especially in the second half of this stint. He's been making quite a lot of overtakes.
Yeah, it's been really busy, hasn't it, in that mid-pack. Well, I mean, it's busy on this part of the circuit as well, but it has been a really, really congested race in the GT3s all the way through. Looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to sort themselves out into the second half of this race, but for the time being, it's going to be difficult to really see how it's going to shake itself up, with the likes of Corazzari fighting out hard for a podium position. With, you can see how close the battle is all the way down to P7. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one develops.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting last 2 hours. We're very much, or very nearly I should say, at the halfway stage now of this race. Go Team now leading by 22 seconds. They're leading 1 and 2 as well, are the Go Team at the head of the overall race in Hypercar. In the other classes there are fairly large gaps at the front of classes as well, but there's plenty of battles as well. Riccardo Corazzari out of turn 10 gets right into the slipstream of the BMW in towards turn 11. And can he make his way through? It's going to be difficult into this corner. Will he do his sort of half-hearted looks like he did earlier on in the last battle we saw him in, or will he be a bit more decisive this time around, I wonder? Through the right-hander, he can keep it a bit tighter to the apex, but not close enough by any means to make this move. And he will have to try and work it out, but at the moment he's getting nowhere near rattling Andrej Marček up ahead.
He's not, and Corazzari is going to have to try and find a way through. You'd be hard-pressed to doubt that he will, because he's been so effective in how he's been able to make moves in the last 20-25 minutes or so. Corazzari then up towards turn number 1, inside, outside, ducking and diving. Which way will he go? Let's find out. Either way, is he actually going to go for the move at all at turn 1? Surely he's going to go for a look. There we go, late move to the inside, sending it late on the brakes, trying to get it turned in for the corner. He will just about get it turned in, really in the same manner that he got the move done on the Iris car. Same kind of move, same result, and he's up into P3. Marček is going to be coming back at him though, down towards turn 4. Will the Aston Martin defend the inside line, or will he just stick on the racing line? Looks like he's staying exactly where he is. And at the end of that battle, it will be Marček who's looking at the back of the Sim Frame car. P4 and 3 now, the other way around.
Yeah, he knew that was not going to come to anything. Marček decided, well, I'm better off just staying behind Riccardo Corazzari for the moment and holding on to 4th place, which is still a pretty decent return for Blackhawk Racing. Of course, they'll be wishing their teammates are up there with them, to be honest, because they're the real championship contenders. However, they will do with that for now. So Corazzari's up to 3rd place, and our time in the commentary box tower is just about to come to an end in a couple of moments' time. But give us your thoughts quickly before we go with the first couple of hours of this one.
Yeah, it's been a good first couple of hours here at Bahrain. Tightly packed in the GT3s. It's been not necessarily as tightly packed, but a very competitive field in the LMP2s, and it has been, although spread out in the hypercars, really dramatic. We've seen some big moments, and we've also seen some really interesting pit stops and pit strategies. So really interesting to see how this race is going to pan out. And I'm going to have to say, Ewan, before we go, I have got one more fact for you pertaining to Bahraini sports that I had actually seen before and got reminded about. The Bahraini Premier League in football has 12 teams. They only play in 3 stadiums. There you go.
Thanks for that.
No worries. Anytime.
There we go. There's your stat about Bahrain for the afternoon. It is the 4 hours of Bahrain here from the Virtual Endurance Championship, round 4 of season 17. Leading the way overall, it is Go Team Racing 1 and 2. Mikel Leroux ahead of Christopher Koenig. They've been in since the start, as has Nick De Silva trying to chase them down, but he's really got his work cut out now, as has Loic Meunier in 4th place. In LMP2, Patrick Sokowski has not been in since the start of the race. He's very newly in fact, but Hyperion have been leading for a very long time. They've got 8 seconds over Thomas Eggerson Racing and On-Off Racing, then Blackhawk Racing, the championship leaders, who are set to lose a few points here or there as things stand. In the GT3 category, it is Amit Demirkan who's leading the way for the moment, or he was. It's Jesper Pedersen now who is at the head of the field, 23 seconds. They're doing a slightly alternate strategy, actually. However, Pedersen is leading the way by a comfortable margin just for the moment. Hopefully it works out for them by the end of the day. We will see, of course. 2nd place for the moment is Riccardo Corazzari in the number 99. We just saw him pass Andrej Marček by some distance, although he is now into the pit lane is Marček, so that is why they are so far apart. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Dara Thacker, and we're going to hand over now with 1 hour 56 to go. Billy Heatley will be taking you to the end with Ed Hunter alongside.
Indeed, thank you for that, Ewan. Just let me actually click the right unmute button, not the one in Discord. But yes, thank you for the first half of the race. You have been, and currently still are, as far as I'm aware, Ewan O'Leary and, of course, Dara Thacker joining us for the first half. And as Ewan lovely presented, it's going to be myself and Ed Hunter for the second half of the race, taking you to the checkered flag. We are having a look now. As we were saying, Jesper Pedersen in his Rafa Esports team car on the slightly alternate strategy. Got to see how that works out for them. But as you can see, well, as we saw about a minute ago or so, and as you can see in the tower now, particularly with this fourth place GT3 car, we're pretty much on the hour mark, which means it is time for the GTs to pit. With it being only a 4-hour race, that makes the strategy pretty easy. And if we have a look further down, indeed, if we can see fifth and sixth place, both in the pits in the GT3 class. Now, having a look in the LMP2 class, there is that battle for fifth position in class. We have Marco Vinciullo, we are currently following, if you like, in the Simframe car. 5.2 seconds up the road to fourth place, but this LMP2 car, you can just see behind is David Barnick in the 34 car. We saw these two cars have quite an interesting battle not too long ago. And they're coming down towards turn 4, braking hard for this corner that kind of opens out as you go through it, and you always want to try and get a little bit of the curbing right there on the outside, but you've got to make sure that you don't hinder yourself, considering this rather quick S section running down the hill before this right-handed hairpin, and before, well, we come to what is arguably the most difficult corner on the circuit, this double left-hander. You've always got to make sure you don't lock up your tyres coming into that left-handed hairpin before going down, well, I would say the back straight. It is equivalent of a back straight here at Bahrain. Indeed, having a look at this timing at the moment, you can see 3 seconds the gap between Bernick and that Sean Clark racing car and Marco Vinciullo in the Simframe Esports car. So that gap has gone up slightly over the past couple of laps. And we'll have a look at this battle slightly further down the LMP2 field for 8th position, for that final position on the timing column. You can see on the left there, it's Enzo Gibert in the rFRO Simsport car, 1.8 seconds ahead of Luca Di Mello in the Valley Esports car. However, as I'm saying that, we have what looks to be quite a close battle in the GT3 category. And here you can see Liam Ranson Satellite Racing car side by side with Abel Sequeira in the MC Motorsport by Biogas cars. They're coming side by side through the final corner. The prototype traffic has got to make its way past. You can see that Sequeira just holding on to that position for now as they're coming down this long front straight, and Rance will be trying to get as much of the slipstream as possible. Indeed, Rance looking towards the inside once more, and we'll have the inside line, but that turns into the outside for turn 2. So it's advantage Sequeira for the left-hander, but then that goes back to Rance for the right-hander. And indeed, Rance in that satellite racing car up the inside of turn 3. We'll have to defend in turn 4 though, but they've both got to make sure they don't hinder this prototype car, the number 19, coming up the inside as they go up towards turn 4. Now through 5 and 6, this fast S section that really is one line only, and Rance appears to have made that move.
Indeed he has. Oh, sorry about that video. Stupid microphone has been acting up on me. Like, you nudge it 1 meter and then the whole thing stops registering and unplugs apparently. Oh, can you still not hear me? Okay, right. Okay, you can. Okay, right. Sorry, I got confused there because I was getting messages and I was thinking, oh, they still can't hear me. Right, okay, they can.
So indeed, we're just having a look just before you rejoined the commentary, well, virtual commentary box, having a look at this battle between Liam Rance and Abel Sequeira. Rance ahead now by about 7/10 of a second or so, or at least 3/4 of a second, and appears to have made that move up into 6th place. And of course, when it comes to the scoring here in the VEC, the 4-hour race has the same amount of points as the 12-hour race. It's only until we get the 24-hour races that you get the 1.5 times points multiplier. So really, it kind of pays to be a little bit more aggressive in this race.
Vidya, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right, sorry, I was really panicking. Sorry, you might have heard me like expletive there. But anyway, yeah, you're right. It's the same amount of points, 12 hours, 4 hours, even though it's more than double in a 12-hour race in terms of distance. The points are the same. It's really once we get to 24-hour races that the big points is that's not a word, are handed out. But yeah, certainly as we continue to watch this GT3 battle as Liam Rance cuts across the front of the Hyperion Esports there into turn 4 as it's trying to lap him there. So I think Liam just a little bit unsighted there. But of course, Satellite had a big stroke of luck when 3 of the cars they were fighting with crashed into each other in front of them. And Liam Rance's teammate was Jimmy Nisula was able to gain a couple of positions. But now Liam Rance under a little bit of attack here from Abel Secura in the MC Motorsport, which of course is recovering from a penalty early in the race then. So Liam Rance, of course, was cheering his teammate on earlier, has now got to do the hard work himself. And of course, up ahead of Rance in the order, if I'm not mistaken, is Semir Selik and the Caspian Motorsport. That's of course number 75 fighting for the overall GT3 championship. They went in level with Rafa Esports. At the moment, it's not really gone Caspian's way, and Rafa Esports have just been sauntering way up front. Jesper Peterson 25 seconds clear of Ricardo Corazari, although I believe the 82 is still yet to do its driver change, so Jerne Simoncic should be getting on that car before too long.
We're having a look at this battle for 8th position in the LMP2 class. A second between Charlie Rigo in the on-off racing car and Mateusz Jabinski in the Hyperion car. Although I say this, we have a look just a couple of cars ahead. Look at D'Amelio, only 0.8 of a second away from that 6th position. Enzo Gibert in the rFactor Sim Sport car, the 39 car being driven by Luca D'Amelio at the moment as they're coming down towards the middle sector now, but D'Amelio might actually be stuck behind this GT3 car through this pretty important section when it comes for lap time, because as I was saying earlier, it's pretty much single line through there. It's incredibly difficult to go side by side.
It doesn't mean people haven't tried, have they, Vidya? Often with spectacular consequences for both parties. But yeah, certainly in terms of hot lapping, that is really a place, as we see GT3 car going very, very wide and deep into turn 10. That looks like the G League Esports car that's still going at the moment, although after that was one of the cars that was in that free wide collision that I talked about earlier. But yeah, Enzo Gribert is really going to have to drive a wide rFactor Sim Sport car. I missed an R there. but yeah, Luca Di Media, of course, the Valet team that have stepped up to Division 1 very, very recently, looking to really make an impression here. Of course, 15th in the overall order, but 6th in class is the real battle here that they're contesting, essentially. So Di Media, who's got a lot of experience in rFactor 2, putting it to good use, and Enzo Gribert just being slowly caught lap after lap after lap. Last lap was about 4 tenths slower, I think, from Enzo.
There you go. You can see some of the other LMP2 racers coming into the pits after 2 hours 15 or so of the race. That is roughly what you'd expect given 45-ish minute stints for these LMP2 cars, and promotes these 2 cars briefly to 4th and 5th position respectively before they make their stops, coming round the top end of the circuit now. And another part, although this is fast, as you said, for hot lapping, it's one line through here, the fact that it is so fast, you've got these changes of direction, that can really throw up some dirty air, which is not very good if you're trying to chase someone down.
Certainly not. And It's always a problem in, in motorsport, trying to follow someone for a fast corner with lots of dirty air being thrown up. It makes it very easy to understeer and wash out, and we've seen, especially into that turn 10 hairpin, it's happened a couple of times. We've also seen somewhat controversial. There was the incident between it was Christopher Canick and GoTeam number 7, Nick De Silva, as well in the number 1 car. And it was one at the it was the LMP2 Go team, wasn't it? With I think Goya was at the wheel at the time, and unfortunately Goya hit the bow of Christopher Canick, and he ended up flying over the front of Nick De Silva's car in a very, very spectacular moment. It was amazing to see De Silva recover from that to take the lead. But of course, still the Hypercar contest yet to really be decided, and it's really still very much a 4-horse race between the 2 Go teams, 17 and number 7, the number 1, the 1089 car of Nick De Silva, and the Blackhawk number 3 of Loic Moyniers. Look at this, Luca D'Amelio well in the slipstream of Enzo Guibert as they go towards turn 1, but nowhere near close enough to quite make a dive there. So the valet has to tuck in, and Guibert is safe at least until they reach turn 4 here.
Yeah, certainly getting closer and closer is D'Amelio to the rear wing of that LMP2 ahead. Going up to turn 4, the braking zone not quite large enough, of course. Turn 1 is the biggest braking zone here at Bahrain, and therefore the best passing opportunity. But no chance last time round, as you pointed out, for Luca D'Amelio in the Valley Esports car. Got to deal with this GT3 traffic once more. The number 77 car manages to get past fairly nicely without losing too much time, at least. We're coming down into this very difficult turn 10. So easy to lock up that inner left, that left front tyre. And that can send you straight on, just like what we saw with the GT3 car 1 lap ago. Coming down towards the rear end of the back straight now, and this very difficult left-handed uphill corner, in my opinion, perhaps the dark horse of most difficult corners here at Bahrain. This almost flat-out right-hander across the crest of the hill. Got to brake down 1 gear maybe for this right hand before making your way down towards the final corner. D'Amelio appears to be a lot closer this time round.
Yeah, he set a personal best final sector and his personal best fastest lap of the race. Luca D'Amelio 1:47.1 the previous lap. So Guibert, it's feeling like he is really up against it here. But and in fact, into the pits comes D'Amelio then. So the fuel was clearly burning off, and it's time to put some fresh tyres on too, for that matter as well. So they're going to try and undercut rFRO, and Guibert and that whole team are going to have to respond to that pretty quickly, I would think.
If we go back yes, indeed, we'll see what that strategy plays out. But if we go back a couple of cars, we see Charlie Rigo and Matthias Zubinski once more. The gap has increased by about half a second or so over the past few laps, but a battle that looks to be very, very close. It's this one, the 83 and the 70. As they're coming down the back straight now, at the moment, Peter Grau ahead of the SRC Commerce Esport car. Is Tobias Hoffmann in the Brabham Motorsport car trying to take that 7th position away in that number 83 car in the Ford, coming up the hill towards the right-hander. Oh, a little bit of a gap opening there, perhaps. Not quite for Hoffmann, but it does go up the inside at the second to last corner, and has managed to actually create quite a big gap already.
Yeah, there we go. Some very, very nice driving from the Brabham Motorsports driver there. So, yeah, Hoffmann up into the top 7 then, and yeah, Peter Grau caught, not flat-footed up, but there was the opportunity, and Hoffmann didn't really need a second invitation to go for it there, so that Corvette has gained another position. And yeah, it's really nice to see Brabham, after a tough couple of opening races this season in GT3 in Division 1, start to really get things together, starting to make an impression towards that top 5, of course, which is where they would really, really want to be, because there are a lot of top teams, of course, in GT3 that are difficult to beat. So great to see Brabham making an impression. But yeah, Peter Grau and SRC are certainly not going to take that sitting down.
So here comes Peter Grau, maybe trying to retake that position, but not quite at the moment able to. Indeed, was looking a bit threatening coming up in towards turn 4, but not able to make that move stick.
Yeah, we're still seeing a couple of pit stops as well. I think the Simfrim LMP2 looks like it's into the pits now as well. So I believe that's I forget who's on board that car. Is it Russo that's on that in there at the moment? But they're down in 8th in class. So in fact, it's not Russo at all. He's much further. I think it's Vinciulo. It's Marco Vinciulo in the 47, of course, that's come into the pits and come out in 8th position, about 42 seconds down on the second Hyperion of Zabinski that we were watching just a moment ago. But yeah, Hoffman continued to make progress. 5.8 seconds to the 2 Blackhawk cars, I think, isn't it? That must be Kevin Yeager and Alex Brautigam, of course. Alex Brautigam in the 81, Kevin Yeager in the 91. Of course, in the GT3 standings, it's the 91 that is in championship contention. So after having a out of sequence, I think it might have been a drive-through early in the race, here is Kevin Yeager trying to get past his teammate here. Will there be any team orders at Blackhawk Racing? I'm not entirely sure, Vidir, but certainly Kevin Yeager will be hoping there are some, because that would certainly help the 91's cause at the moment.
That would certainly help. It is needed in order to be able to get those all-important points. As we've said before, you can have one bad race in the season and still be in the hunt for a championship. As soon as you get to that second bad race, you're maybe fighting for an overall podium when the season's end, as opposed to that trophy. But yes, Kevin Yeager and Alex Brautigam in 6th and 5th place respectively in these 2 Blackhawk cars. And as you said before, I don't think there'll be team orders necessarily, but I don't think they will fight each other as hard as if they were on different teams.
Yeah, certainly from a team perspective, they just want the fastest car, whichever one it is, to get ahead and get the best result possible. So Kevin Yeager's got to rely on his own talent here to try and outfox Brautigam. And as you say, Brautigam probably not got a huge incentive to hold them up. It does help as well that they have got the big gap ahead of them, although you can see that Brabham car of a Tobias Hoffman just lurking menacingly in the background there, a good 5.7 seconds adrift, so he is starting to close last couple of laps. I think last lap for Hoffman 57.6, which was 0.2 quicker than Kevin Yeager. So Yeager is actually arguably being held up here by Brautigam, who is about 0.2 slower than him at the moment.
So here, indeed, it's difficult to tell whether it's being held up as such, but at the moment, Hoffman in the background is slowly closing that gap, but at 5.8 seconds out, we've got a little bit of time before they need to worry about that car behind. As they come across the start-finish line once more, Yeager will, of course, get a lot of the slipstream coming down the front straight here before that massive braking zone at turn 1. But looks like will not try and force the issue, at least this time round.
So Vidir, the interesting thing to look at in Hypercar is we see Yeager getting very, very close to Brautigam as they close into turn 4 here, and he's going to try and dive his way up the inside. Brautigam gets lifts off the throttle and then gets onto the brakes much later than Yeager. I think that was a very, very coordinated move. He knew he wasn't going to fight that one too hard, and Kevin Yeager up to 5th then, as we predicted he might be able to do so. But as I was saying, that Loic Mounier has set the fastest lap of the race in Hypercar, 1:41.2, and he's cut the gap from 10 seconds to Mick De Silva to about 8 seconds. So great to see Mounier pushing. But meanwhile, the Go teams continue to extend their stint here. And I wonder, is that just to make sure they're on fresher tyres in the last 90 minutes of the race? Or is this just to try and overcut the 1089 and the Blackhawk teams?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the strategy plays out, because of course this is only a 4-hour race. You don't really have that much of an opportunity for different strategies when compared to the longer ones. But then again, if you do make a strategy call and it works, the impact's a lot more because the other teams have a lot less time in order to try and counteract it. So it really is a mix of both when it comes to these sprints. Almost, you say a sprint, 4 hours, but you know, in endurance racing that is a sprint.
Blink of an eye. Yeah.
So having a look throughout the field. We'll have a look at Melio once more. And that gap, 5 seconds to Luchak ahead in that CMT Go team racing car. So a little bit of a distance there now in order to try and make it up into the top 10.
And the 37, that's the car that got spun around at the very, very start of the race, and they've sort of been playing catch-up ever since as well in the LMP2 Go team squad. So, yeah, good to see Luxac still going as we cut back to Nick De Silva. Of course, we still think in the net lead of the race effectively, but he is about 38 seconds behind Michael Leroux at the present moment since making that pit stop. So, could be very, very tight. Once the strategies play out in the closing stages, which we are going to get to see, of course, but in the fullness of time. But Nick De Silva, having taken position on track and pit, he might be feeling a little bit worried about that pace from Loic Moynier at the present moment as well, because he is only lapping about 3/10 quicker, but they're both very much some of the fastest drivers on track. And De Silva, as he negotiates a little bit of LMP2 traffic there in the form of Sean Clark Racing, might be feeling a little bit rattled here, because this is a sort of position in the race where he doesn't know exactly where he is, and there's a little bit of pressure from behind too, so it's really just waiting for those Go teams to pit effectively.
Yes, but you've always got to keep in mind that what if they're not on the strategy that you think the other teams are, and you've got to work that little bit harder, and this is something that will always be in the mind of Nick De Silva and that 10-8-9 racing team car, is the fact that they have to keep on pushing because they're not actually precisely sure what the other strategy of the Go team racing cars are. That gap, however, is 4 seconds now between Kianek and De Silva.
Could also be that they're going to try and use Kianek to hold De Silva up here to help Michael Leroux and the 17 crew. So Go team might be sacrificing one car to save another.
That is also the case, a little bit of a rear gunner. We've seen it so many times in real life, this sort of strategy. And actually having a look at the previous lap times, the one from Michael Leroux last time round I think was disallowed, so we can't actually see what the time was. And indeed, I will have a look at this time. Yes, in fact, last time round, De Silva was about 1.1 seconds faster than the race leader. So that's quite the difference, and especially gettable with the 90 minutes to go, or just over 90 minutes to go, especially considering that it's a 103 second lap for these hypercars.
Yeah, it must have been a lot of traffic on Leroux's lap just then for him to set a 1:43.4, but we'll have to see if that's a sign of a bigger issue or not. But certainly Nick De Silva's eyes will be widening if he's being told that in the cockpit of that 1089 sim racing car. Of course, formerly Race Clutch, the Hypercar champions from last season, as now it's De Silva's turn to be held up there by, that looks like the number 28 LMP2, just blocking the way ever so briefly. That's Wojtek Polensky, Polesny, who just vacates, of course, obeys the blue flags and lets Nick De Silva through. And you can just see Kianek has gained a little bit of time out of that interaction, so the gap's still 4 seconds at the present moment.
I don't think this is the case, but if any of the teams are doing this race with only 2 drivers, they've got to think about making that swap soon as Leroux comes into the pitch in the lead of the race as well. But they've got to think about making that driver swap soon, because 72 minutes is kind of the minimum a driver needs to do in order to meet the driving times, which is, well, only in 20 minutes time. So you've got to start thinking about when to make that driver swap, should one still be needed.
That's a very good point, Vidir, because a lot of these teams will be trying to keep their fastest driver in the car for as long as they can get away with. Then clearly Go team have decided to swap out Leroux. Maybe he's even just starting to get a little bit tired, because even in a 4-hour race you can get exhausted if you're just trying to do qualifying laps every lap. As we see lots of traffic here. That looks like the Bros racing car that De Silva has just negotiated there. I think problem for him, Kianek is only 3 seconds ahead, but he's about 7 cars ahead. That's quite a late dive on the WRT GD3 there from Nick De Silva then, so he's taking a lot of risks to beat the traffic here. It's a little bit like the M25 on a Sunday afternoon here in Bahrain. But yeah, Nick De Silva cutting through, and he's certainly got the car to do so, given that the Hypercar is significantly faster than all of these duty-frees and LMP2s around him, as he has to thread the needle going into turn 9 there with the Team Iris car. That was a little bit closer for comfort than I think Nick De Silva would have wanted.
Yeah, but it's all important that Nick De Silva does not lose any time. We've seen LaRue come in, and that is a long way back now, actually.
Yeah, Moritz Meld's taken over now, isn't he?
Yeah.
In 5th position.
So indeed, that driver swap. So yes, in fact, it isn't really done by time here. It's done by number of laps. So you've got to make sure that just in case there's a code 80, for example, obviously those laps are far slower. So although 72 minutes is the theoretical minimum you need to drive, really you've got to swap before that just in case there is a code 80 in this final part of the race.
Yeah, other thing that's happened, we did see a lot of LMP2s pit, including the race leader. So Hyperion 44, he's handed over the car to Patrick Swakowski, has Andrzejewski, I think. And that means they've come out just 1.8 seconds ahead of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing of Wojta Polenzi. So yeah, Hyperion 44 still very much in control of LMP2 and looking good for their first win of the season, which Hyperion, the Polish squad, desperately needed after the 44 and the 45 had pretty miserable starts to the season. They were down in 11th and 12th in the standings going into this one. So we see D'Amelio finally getting alongside Enzo Guibert into turn 1. Guibert was not fighting that one particularly hard. He held on for quite a while, but D'Amelio finally sees his chance open up in front of him, and he takes it with both hands.
Because that was a GT3 car you just saw at the side there, escaping back to the pits. I'm wondering who that was.
It wasn't Jesse Monrose in the 287, was it?
It might have been if I clicked the correct thing. It may well have been, yes. I think it was the 287 Bush racing car.
Oh, that's a big shame, because we saw they were mid-pack, looking pretty solid, and unfortunately for Monrose, they have hit some sort of issue then. So yeah, we're getting confirmation it was 287 Bros Racing then. So yeah, horrible luck for Jesse there. But hopefully Bros Racing, it is odd to see a car just stop at the side of the road. That very much suggests either maybe a brake issue, some sort of hardware issue, rather than a connection, or necessarily that they've just blown the engine or something like that, which is quite rare. You don't see it too often, especially in the GT3 cars.
So here comes Schubert once more in this rFRO car, 0.3 of a second behind, but doesn't really appear to have the punch to respond to D'Amelio's pass a few laps ago. And he's going to be caught behind these GT cars. Is that contact, a little bit of contact in that GT melee? Oh, and more with the rFRO car as well.
Yeah, it looked like the Sean Clark car was trying to dive up the inside of the sim frame and somebody else as well, and nearly spun the sim frame around. So that was a little bit messy, to say the least. But luckily, everyone seems to have gotten through mostly unscathed. Only a few egos bruised, I think, more than anything else. But yeah, that's very much allowed D'Amelio to scamper away from Guibert. And as he said, I think Enzo, after holding on for quite a while, seemed to, once Luca got through, he just seemed to kind of lift his hands up and say, oh, well, I did the best I could. And he just seems to now be settling into 9th position now, which is a little bit of a shame for our rFRO, but I'm sure he's going to try and find something, if he can, to at least finish in the top 10 here, if nothing else.
Yes, that will be the aim at least, as indeed you can see Schubert is falling back quite a bit now. It's down up to 3 seconds, that gap, so it doesn't really appear to be that much of a response at this time, but of course it's endurance racing, anything can happen. But we have a look down at 9th position, Andrea Gandosi in that number 69 car is in the middle of a battle as it stands. You can see it down there in the bottom corner. This battle for 8th position, Gonzalez, Gandosi and Murgoli, but 2 seconds separating the three of them.
Yeah, a very, very tight battle here, isn't it? And of course, the 88, the Team WRT with Mergeli at the wheel, having taken over from Michi Hoyer earlier on. Mergeli, the Hungarian, definitely looking to get involved, whereas Gandosi, who has had a couple of incidents in this race and he tried to go side by side with somebody at 5 and 6, the sort of quick chicane ended up spinning off track. He's caught up to Chris Gonzalez, and the Team Iris team, of course, always seem to be there or thereabouts in GD3 especially, but they're very much a lot of top drivers that have gone through the doors at the Greek Team Iris squad over the years, and Chris Gonzalez definitely hoping to prove himself one of them. But yeah, he's got Gandosi, of course, for Tamelli ERT, the Italian, who's got a big pedigree of lots of podium finishes in endurance racing for that Italian squad. So Gonzalez has got his work cut out because he's got two top drivers really closing on his rear wing here. And Gandosi is certainly not shy about showing the front bumper of his car up the inside if there's space for it. So, or even if there isn't sometimes. So if I was Chris Gonzalez, I'd be feeling a little bit cagey here because this is going to get tasty. As we see the leaders in GD3 pitting, it looks like Riccardo Corazzari pitting and handing back the lead to Jene Simoncic.
Yeah, indeed it does. It's always interesting to see these changes in strategy. But that's kind of an interesting time to pit because it's kind of halfway through the stint when it's compared to everyone else, I should say rather. But having a look at this battle, still having a look at Gandosi in this number 69 car, and that gap, well, somehow this gap is still closing. 1.5 seconds separating the three of them at the moment as they're climbing up the hill once more through this very fast right-hander at the top before lightly dabbing the brakes for the second right-hander making the run down towards the final corner. Mergeli might actually get a nice little bit of slipstream down towards the final corner.
He might well do, but he seems a little bit too far back at the present moment as we see the Go team. That looks like Kianik just coming through to lap them. We got confirmation, by the way, from the team of Bros Racing 287. So we had to retire because Jesse Monrose didn't have force feedback. We tried to drive a swap 2 times to get it back. Didn't work, so better to retire rather than being a danger to the other cars. As we see, that looks like the Simfream GD3 heading into the pit lane as well. So big shame to lose Bros Racing, but hopefully we'll see them next time out for round 5 of the championship.
Indeed, we'll talk a little bit more about round 5 later on, at least the next race, I should say. Rather, this WRT car, this number 88, getting a lot closer now, 0.3 of a second, if that, the gap now. WRT car moving towards the inside, no, just showing the nose a little bit as they come up towards turn 4.
And here's another battle, by the way. Nick De Silva's caught right up to Kianik then within 3 tenths, and he's diving for the pits then. So, yeah, didn't really want to get held up there by the second of the Go teams. So where is Nick De Silva going to come out relative to Moritz Mel? That's the big question here, Vidir.
Yeah, and there we go. De Silva comes into the pits. You can see Moritz Mel, what's that, about 65 seconds behind or so. Let's see where the number 1 car comes out at the end of this pit stop. The question is, what sort of pit stop will it be? Will it be a full service? So they can double stint these tyres towards the end of the race, or are they going to put on those tyres at the final stop in about 45 minutes time?
Yeah, they could well try and do something clever here.
Mergeli is past Gandosi now, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think while I was changing the cameras, the pass must have happened.
Yeah, here we go with this Gandosi in that number 69 car. Not really able to keep up with Mergeli at the moment. Part of that could be traffic, and of course a little bit of time lost in the act of being passed once more. But no doubt Gandosi will want to get that 9th position back once more.
Yeah, Mergeli could really be on a charge here, so I think Gonzalez definitely driving well at the moment, but it's these 3 BMWs. There's very little to choose between them at this point in the race, and any one of them could end up taking that 8th position or better if something happens to somebody up ahead, which of course we hope doesn't, but we have seen late stages of a race, you can get the unexpected start to happen, even in a race as short as 4 hours. And there's only 1 hour, 22 minutes left to go as we see Go team number 38 just looking to pick his way through the GD3s here. But yeah, of course, so where has that number 1 car come out? Bradley Sellers has gotten on board and he's come out 3 seconds ahead of Moritz Mel then. So for 10.89, this has actually worked really, really well although Sellers is now only about 2 seconds out behind Ivan Leonov, of course. So should be the net lead of the race for Sellers now, as long as he can clear sort of the yet-to-pit Netrex in front of him. As now we see Kianek is now he's got nobody to hold up. He's hurt going in the pits now as well.
Yeah, a lot of these these hypercars, I keep on calling them LMP1s, a lot of these hypercars coming into the pits at the moment. I guess that's what I grew up with when I was watching endurance racing. But yes, and having a look now at Merkley, so close to the rear end of Gonzalez now as they're coming down the rear part of the circuit. But the second part of the circuit really doesn't have that many passing opportunities, does it? We've seen it, but you really need to be side by side or at least have a big dive. But really the first half of the circuit are where you can make the passes here at Bahrain and across the top of the hill, and you saw a little bit of dust being thrown up there by Gonzalez as just putting a couple of tyres into the sand before racing down towards the final corner. And Merkley might be close enough to make a move into the final corner, or may wait till the first corner, indeed, just showing the nose a little bit there coming down to the final corner. But no doubt we might have a nice battle coming into turn one.
Yeah, the problem with making a move at the final corner is you sort of have to compromise your line to do it, and then you find it's harder to get on the power in time. You're sort of a sitting duck down the main straight effectively. You can be overtaken before you even get to the start-finish line. But yeah, Merkley just showing his nose, making a sort of half-hearted dive to the inside there in the 88. But Chris Gonzalez is not falling for that one. But look how much the WRT of Merkley tucks up behind Gonzalez in the Team Iris BMW as they go towards turn 4 here. And Martin Merkley now senses the opportunity could come, but again decides to back out and return to the racing line. So Merkley, very, very experienced, of course, in LMP2s and GT3s. And no surprise that WRT have picked him up and made him part of their lineup as Gonzalez kicks up some dust, goes a little bit offline, and now Merkley's going to try and go around the outside at turns 7 and 8. And just can't quite get the braking late enough, but gets a great exit here as they go towards turn 9 for Deere. Is there going to be enough space? No, there isn't.
I thought there was just going to be the tiniest of overlaps there, so saw Gonzalez starting to move towards the inside of the circuit. But look at that, right up the inside of that number 70 Team Iris car. Oh, that was a car maybe going up there. I'm not
the other
quite
Team
sure.
Iris.
But yeah, that Team Iris car. Merkley doing a fantastic job passing Gonzalez in that number 70 car coming out of the hairpin. Did the crossover technique, but here we go, number 70 trying to fight back, going through the right-hander at the top of the hill. Is there going to be an overlap? Not quite at that point, and not quite at the second to last either.
Yeah, while this is going on, by the way, Black Hawk number 3, Loic Moynier, is pit and handed over to his teammate Alexei Kutzak, but Moritz Mel is now right behind Bradley Sellers. So I think Sellers is having some trouble at the moment in what is effectively the net lead of the race. But we'll carry on watching this battle too if we can, as Merkley has cleared Chris Gonzalez for that 8th position, and into the pits comes Gandosi in the Tamelli ERT. But oh, there we go, and off track goes Sellers, and through goes Mel.
Yeah, a little bit of mistake there from Sellers, it looks like, coming down towards turns 9 and 10. That allows Mail and that Go Team racing car to slip up the inside at 10 and take that second position.
Yeah, there we go. I think it looked like Bradley Sellers, like you say, just went a little bit too wide. He's not looked anywhere near as comfortable in that car as Nick De Silva did. And Moritz Mel, certainly, if you look at the lap times as well, Moritz Mel 142.2, Bradley Sellers 143.4 as well. And yeah, Sellers is slower even than Leonov, who's in the 143.2s on those pretty old tyres at this point of the race.
Yeah. So here we go, coming down the start finish straight. You can see that gap, what's that, about 0.8 of a second, almost a second now between the two of them as they're coming towards the start finish line and down towards braking hard for turn 1. Moritz Mel and that Go Team car a second or so ahead. That number 1 car will want to try and make that gap up as soon as possible, as well. We've got about a similar size gap in that lead for the LMP2 field. The Hyperion car at the moment in the lead there, but still a second and a half back or so to second.
Yeah, Polesny doing a really fantastic job for the number 28, which I think is the Sean Clark racing car, isn't it? In the 147.8s, whereas Swakowski, having gotten on board, is in the 148.6s as well. He's been able to occasionally stretch his legs a little bit as Swiatkowski, but Polesny just keeps reeling him back in like he's got him on the end of a fish hook and a fishing line, essentially. So very, very impressive stuff from Sean Clark Racing, because I believe they're on a different strategy as well to Hyperion Esports as well, because the 44 did have a big lead earlier in this race, so it may not be done and dusted as we assumed. But as having said that, Polesny has to come into the pits, and so that is going to allow the number 27 driven by Charlie Rigo to take second in class for the present moment at least. But Polesny having a very good stint there.
Yeah, having a great stint at the moment. Seems as though falling back ever so slightly due to being in the pits. Of course, that
and Rico's pitting as well, so he won't take second.
Yes.
It's going to be Blackhawk and Maximilian Scheider, which is great for them because they're the ones in the lead of the championship in LMP2, of course. So they are really looking to salvage a podium after a race where Hyperion have very much outclassed them.
Yeah, and indeed, Hyperion have been doing a fantastic job during this race in order to try and keep that pace up, and indeed have kept that pace up for so long. Swiatkowski in 20 seconds ahead of Maximilian Scheider in the Black Hawk car. Having a look down in the GT3 class, Tobias Hoffmann in his number 83 car, trying to chase down that number 81 of Alex Boydegum. Half a second separate the Black Hawk and the Brabham as they're coming up the hill just now. This is for 6th-ish position. Got to see how... no, it should actually be now that the strategy's actually played out a bit. So I think it's actually for 6th position in class.
You're absolutely right. So Kevin Yeager, having got past Brattajam about 20-30 minutes ago, has pulled a nearly 10-second gap now, which shows absolutely Black Hawk are right to not have Brattajam hold up Yeager any more than he did. But now he's very much at the mercy of the merciless Tobias Hoffmann. So if David Brabham is watching this, he's probably enjoying watching his driver fighting his way through the GT3 pack in that Chevrolet Corvette as they go towards the first corner, and Hoffmann a little bit too far back, and he's got the Go Team and Hyperion LMP2s coming through the lap, the pair of them, but that's a bad exit through turn 1 from Brattajam. This could be the opportunity for Hoffmann to strike.
And here comes Hoffmann up behind Boydegum, coming down towards turn 4, not able to make a move at the moment, not enough of a speed differential not to put it to the side. Now you've got to be careful of that prototype right there, and that prototype, the Hyperion car actually, could maybe hurt Hoffmann's chances to make the move into 5 and 6.
Yeah, certainly.
You can see Hoffmann was just jinking out to the right, but then suddenly saw the Hyperion there.
Yeah, you have got to react quickly when you see these prototypes coming through to lap you if you're a GT3 runner. But you never really get to pick where you get lapped, essentially. They come upon you and you've got to react pretty much instantly in some cases, especially through the faster corners, if you don't want to become a problem, essentially, which nobody does in the GT3 field, let's be honest. And the LMP2s don't always intend to become a problem, but sometimes it happens anyway. But there we go. Hoffmann will have to just be patient here and wait for a better opportunity to get on terms with the number 81 Blackhawk racing car of Brattajam. As he goes a little bit off track, you can tell Hoffmann getting a little bit overexcited, having done all the hard work to catch up to the Blackhawk. He's now starting to just lose his composure ever so slightly.
Of course, the LMP2 cars, theoretically the hardest class, because you've got to overtake and be overtaken the entire time. So you've always got to be careful when you're in that middle class.
Indeed, yeah, because you've got to have eyes in the back of your head, and you've got to be looking in front of you as well at the same time, which very good skills to have as a racing driver. Wing mirrors tend to help too. But if we look at the timing screen, it does seem that Bradley Sullers still about 9/10 slower than Moritz Mel, and the gap is ballooned up to 3.4 seconds as Mel continues to catch Ivan Leonov in the current lead, but I think Netrex are a little bit out of sequence, having not done the driver change yet. So Leonov is leaving it pretty late here in the number 18. Meanwhile, Alexei Kutsak is only less than 5 seconds now behind Bradley Sullers then. So we could be looking at a battle between Blackhawk and Go Team, the way things are filling out at the moment, unless Bradley Sullers can find some pace all of a sudden, because Kutsak is starting to look quite menacing here.
Yeah, that gap getting just smaller and smaller and smaller, and as you said, starting to look a little bit more menacing. Boitigam here, though, Leonov here in this next race car, trying to go around the outside of Moitzmel at the right-hand hairpin, but you can't really do that. You don't really get the traction when you're on that outside line. So Moitzmel in this CMT Go Team racing car maintaining that position for now.
I think he's just taken it because of
just
the lap
taken
traffic there. So Leonov also struggling with tyre wear, I think, at this phase. He's done well to hold on to the lead as long as he did, but Mel very much back in charge of this race. So the number 17, that of course is second in the championship at the present moment behind their teammates by about 4 points, looking to score big, having gotten back in front of 10.89. That move on Leonov was crucial just to ensure that 10.89 and Blackhawk didn't start reeling them back in again as he continues to deal with the traffic there. But let's cut back to the other battle, isn't it? I think it was Mergley in the WRT that Leonov actually got held up there, wasn't it? Not, I don't think it was the car that you said it was. Oh no, it was. You were right. You were right. Sorry, I'm getting confused. I'm trying to think about 3 different classes at the same time, and it's starting to do my head in a little bit.
That Netrix car that dove into the pit simultaneously as well. So, yeah, so that will be the penultimate stop for that hypercar as we're having a look at Boitigam and Hoffman once more. 0.4 of a second. Hoffman still trying to make that move as they're coming up towards turn 4.
Yep, he's certainly got himself back under control. You can see actually that's the Bradley Sellers about to lap this whole group, isn't he? Just behind, I think that's the Blackhawk car there that's trying to lap them as well as they go towards turn 5. This is going to be very, very tight. You can't really go too wide here. And Hoffman, just avoids contact with the 10.89 there as he gets well out of the way. And that is potentially going to allow the Blackhawk GD3 at Broughton to just breathe a sigh of relief, at least temporarily, because around the outside goes the LMP2. I think that's the Seawolf net race car just getting through. And now Broughton is again at the mercy of Tobias Hoffman there. So, of course, the Corvette, it's got really good handling through the corners, actually, Corvette, but the BMW looks that little bit quicker down the straight, and I think that's the problem that Hoffman's trying to overcome at the moment. As we see the Blackhawk hypercar going up his inside there, breaking very, very late into turn 11 there is Alexei Kutsak.
Yeah, it's always fun trying to, I should say, watching these front bumper views from the GT3 cars and just seeing the hypercars fly by. It's always a little bit scary as well, actually. As Hoffman and Boitigam still 6.5 tenths of a second, separating the two of them coming down towards the last corner now. Hoffman a little bit too far back, I think, to make a move this time around, although that rear wing is getting very, very appetizing, isn't it? A little bit of a wiggle there from Boitigam coming out of the final corner underneath the timing underneath the bridge that indicates the end of the circuit, and there we go, there's the start lights once more, and Hoffman not able to get that much of a slipstream actually down to turn 1. It looks like at least that Blackhawk car wasn't getting any bigger in the windscreen. Through turn 1, it appears that Hoffman is sitting better launch through 1, perhaps a little bit of oversteer when jumping over that curb through 2 though.
Yeah, you saw actually into the penultimate corner, turn 15, Broughton just had the rear completely slide out on him, but he was just about able to get on the power in time to prevent Hoffman diving up the inside of him at the final corner or into turn 1 as well. So the straight line speed of the BMW saving him again as the number 7 of Gabel Hevesi just threading the needle between these two GD3 cars and getting through as he's, of course, trying to chase down Kutsak, but the number 7 having stayed out that little bit longer and being a little bit out of sequence with the rest and having taken damage as well early in the race. They're about 13 seconds behind Blackhawk, so the number 7's chance, they're still in the mix, only 28 seconds off the lead with an hour to go, but you've got to say Hevesi is fighting a bit of a losing battle at the present moment, and it's really about those top 3 teams where they're going to finish in hypercar, as Hoffman just again, it's that straight line speed is really not helping him out here, but he is keeping the pressure on Broughton. If Broughton keeps making mistakes, then Hoffman might have another opportunity here.
That is all that Hoffman wants from this, is just that mistake to allow for that little opening in order to be able to take that 5th position away from that Black Hawk racing car coming towards the final corner once more, and Hoffman definitely further back this time round when compared to the previous lap underneath the traction bridge. Again, 0.5 of a second or so separating the two of them. Hoffman really, though, not able to get that much of a slipstream, it looks, so perhaps there's slightly less wing on that Blackhawk car.
Yeah, indeed. Also, interesting development. We talked a little bit about the 82 of Referee Sports Car and the number 99 Simfrin pitting. They pitted at the same time, essentially, to change drivers, and Korazari has actually come out a couple of seconds ahead of Simoncic. So Simoncic is currently chasing down Korazari for the class lead at the moment, and they've been lapping pretty similar lap times as Hoffman actually gets very, very close to the back of Brautigam through turn 4 before having to once again live to fight another day and just back out of that one. Yeah, you can tell he's having to get creative here, because he knows this sector, the middle sector, is where his cars are much stronger than the Blackhawk BMW. So he's trying to sort of just stay as close as he can to sort of just put him off and force him into a mistake, essentially. We did see Martin Mergley through turns 9 and 10 did a little bit of in that sort of battle with I forget who it was. I think it was with one of the I can't remember exactly who it was, but I think he did a little bit of a bump and pass, wasn't it, when he was trying to get into 8th position. So it is very, very easy to accidentally do that, and I think somebody pointed it out in the chat as well, that he definitely got very, very close to the car he was fighting with, but and there was a little bit of contact as well, but I think it's one for the stewards in the end. But it certainly was. It can get very, very tight, as we've seen, into turns 9 and 10. So Hoffman, as much as he's putting Brautigam under pressure, he definitely doesn't want this to end in a collision, because it doesn't really play to the benefit of either of them, as he goes very, very wide through the final corner.
Yeah, and that, not very helpful for fast lap times. Hoffman this time around, 0.4 of a second, so a little bit closer. Although compare that to when he was on his way down towards the final corner, that was more like 1.5. Berknops has a penalty. I presume this is for track limits of some description. The thing is that these two cars now need to think, because soon it will be the final pit stop of the race for both of them.
Yeah, that's Bert Knops in the number 52 sim racing for Holland car, isn't it? That was 33rd in the overall order and about 12th or 13th, I think, in class. So that's a big shame for them, though. He was only about 3 seconds behind Peter Grau. So Bert Knops giving himself a little bit more work to do in this race, sadly for him. But of course, that's good news for Andrew Hollam in the 65, right behind, who was about 15 seconds behind. So he should get a free position there. As he's in fact Liam Ransom, the satellite car, isn't too far behind either. So of course I think the 64 has had some big issues. They've dropped well down the GT3 order in the while we've been commentating. So I didn't quite see what happened to Liam Ransom, but I assume he either had a drive-through or got into some sort of incident. But yeah, this is obviously the closest battle on track, Brautigam and Hoffman, and it's still a stalemate, isn't it? Because that dark blue Brabham just cannot find a way through. And Brautigam, as we see the LMP2, again threading the needle and splitting the two of them. That's the rFRO, isn't it? Just making its way through there. But yeah, Hoffman just starting to get really, really frustrated, I think, because he would have hoped to clear Brautigam by this point. But the BMW has just got more grunt down the straight, and that's hurting him here.
Is it? Well, it's not necessarily more grunt. It's like what I said before. It could just be differences in those wing levels. And although that helps through the twisty sections, you can't really make that many moves in the twisty sections, can you? So this is indeed going to be a problem for this Brabham Motorsport car in the future. And then indeed coming down towards turn 1, that number 83 car still with that 0.6 on the side, indicating that it is 6th place in class. Definitely closer under braking, isn't it?
Yeah, there's another problem actually coming up behind them, and that's the WRT. You can just see in the distance of Mergeli. He's lapping about a second a lap faster than both of them. So Mergeli fancies to go at 5th position here, and that really means Hoffman has got to hurry up because he really cannot afford to stay stuck behind this Black Hawk for too much longer, because it is destroying his, well, not destroying his race, but certainly compromising it at the present moment as he tucks right back in. And Bradajam again just sticks to the racing line, sticks to the middle of the road, and there's no way through for Hoffman here. So Hoffman has got to force the issue, has got to force Bradajam to be on the bit of the track that he doesn't want to be on, because then that allows Hoffman to take advantage there. But at the moment, Bradajam is doing all the right things, and there's nothing for Hoffman to really do. There was one mistake from Bradajam earlier out of turn 15, but other than that, he has just soaked up the pressure.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job, that Black Hawk driver, in order to be able to keep up under all of that pressure from the Brabham Motorsport car behind, as we're coming down towards the final part of the circuit again. You can see that Hoffman, I think there is definitely just a bit more downforce on that Brabham car, and that number 83, because you can see what the gap is now, a quarter of a second essentially coming down towards the final corner. We'll need to try and stay as close as possible in order to take advantage of that higher downforce when it comes to the braking zone at turn 1. It appears to have done a good job that time round. Not actually lost that much time through the final corner. Hoffman may have a chance coming down to turn 1 this lap.
Yeah, and as we watch this battle, Simoncic is close to within a second of Corozari for the class lead. But here comes Hoffman pulling out to the inside here. He's alongside Bradajam, breaks late into the first corner. Bradajam sticks to the outside, tries to cut underneath, but he's not got the overlap. The Brabham is through. Hoffman is up into 5th position at long last, and all the Brabham team will let out a big cheer at that one, because that was a long time coming.
Yeah, indeed it was, and Hoffman being able to make that move. Now the question is, will he be able to make that move stick for a substantial period of time? We're having a look at the lead of the GT3 class now. It's Ricardo Corozari trying to hold off Yerny Simoncic. 0.8 of a second separating the two of them for now.
I have a feeling Simfroom might have tried to double or maybe even triple stint the tyres here, and that's how they were able to get track position, because Simoncic has just been consistently that little bit faster, 2 tenths quicker the previous lap, and now he's well and truly going to start being held up here. But of course, they're so far ahead of everyone else that there's no big threat from behind. Selig is about 10 seconds behind, so not completely out of the picture. That said, then there's a big gap to Jaeger and the 91 Black Hawk. So yeah, Simoncic has got to pick his moment here. Does not want, with the championship really up for grabs, he can't afford to trip over the Simfro 99 as Corozari nearly taps the back of the LMP2, lapping him for good measure there.
Yeah, indeed, you've always got to make sure, as you said, of the aspect of the championship as well, because you can't really afford to have that many silly mistakes and maintain that fight for the championship, can you? Especially when you've got a season as, well, I would say short as the current one.
Yeah, certainly not. So every point you can gain in these sorts of races makes a big difference. Of course, and with a shorter race, you've got less time to make these moves. So that's really what Simfroom are banking on, that Simoncic will be tentative, which I don't think that's necessarily a bet I would take against the 4-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, someone who's been on pole for Virtual 1 and has got amazing pedigree. Not to mention the Rafa team as a whole have really been stepping up their sim racing operation, of course, the past couple of years too. So yeah, Simoncic looking to really take advantage here, as he has to go underneath almost the LMP2, lapping them there. But this is a really awkward situation really for Simoncic, because he's got to make sure he doesn't trip over the LMP2s lapping him. They're a lot faster, and he's got Corozari, who's a little bit slower at the present moment as well. As Corozari gets a little bit held up through the final corner, this could be the opportunity that Rafa Esports need to get back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, wanting to get back into the lead, as you said, accelerating down the front straight. Simoncic and that Rafa Esports team car want to take provisional lead of the class once more, as we're now into the final quarter of the race, which means you will see these GT3 cars picked soon and accelerating out of turn 3, up through turn 4, up the hill. So a little bit of a drag race, which is aided by having that slipstream, because there's, of course, less friction when you are in the slipstream, less air friction, I should say, rather, when you're in the slipstream, but not able to make a move there. And you can see that third place, that third place car from the GT3s coming into the pits for that final pit stop.
Yeah, there we go. So that is, of course, Selleck, of course, being serviced to the Caspian Motorsport 75. So they're pulling the trigger first for the final time in this race with an hour to go. So they should comfortably be able to get to the end as Corazari kicks up some dust. Anything, banana skins, banana peels, anything by the side of the road to throw at Simoncic to keep him behind. But at the moment, it's not deterring him one little bit. Incidentally, remember when I said Gabo Hevesi had no chance of catching? He's actually been lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Blackhawk of Kutzak. He's going around the outside. Oh, turns in from the outside there. There's a bit of contact. Hevesi wrestles control, wrestles the position, and he's up to third position there. Brilliant driving from Gabo Hevesi. A little bit close for contact. Kutzak, I don't think, is too impressed, but nonetheless, he's lost that third position to Go Team.
Yeah, lost that third position for now to Go Team. And it's looking to be quite a good race for that outfit, isn't it? First and third.
Yeah, they looked like they were losing control of the race when Blackhawk and 1089 were challenging them. But now Hevesi's gotten back in that car. He's really just been absolutely lighting up the timing screens. Mel as well, to be fair, 142.8. Hevesi's last at 142.0, whereas Kutzak was in the 144s, and Sellers is still in the lower 143. So Sellers has started to get things under control a little bit. But very much, there is a threat from behind now. 5 seconds, 55 minutes to go. I wouldn't count out another Go Team 1-2 at this phase.
Yeah, it looks likely. You know, there's a good chance that could well happen. But having a look here at Corazari, quick yellow in sector 3 for something, which is interesting because we normally see it flashed up in sector 1 just purely because of the speed difference, and that is the car that I believe is in 15th place in the GT3 class. It stopped on the outside of the second to last corner. That would be Benjamin Gorzinski in the number 77 Seawolf Net race, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Gonzalez has lost a bit of time as well, because, of course, Browder Jam pit and came out about 95 seconds ahead of Chris Gonzalez. So it looks like the Team Iris number 70 not having a good time either. At this phase, then, as we see Brabham have got Hoffman in the pits. Yeah,
and that will indeed, well, as we've been saying, the final stops of the race, 55 minutes to go. These GT3 cars can do a good hour or so in a time, so that will be it for the GT3. But this battle certainly is far from over. And like the Brabham pit stop, as Corazari in that Simfrim car still defending hard from Yerny Simoncic in that Rafa Esports car, coming down hard towards the last corner. And here we go, braking now. Simoncic not able to make a move, or at least not able to even show the nose at this point, I would say, rather. Not even trying to psych out Corazari a little bit as they're coming across the start-finish line once more.
Yeah, Yerne just picking his moment, isn't he? And Corazari has got all the pressure on him, of course. I think it would be a big turn up at the books if Simfrim were able to steal this win away from Rafa, but Simoncic knows he's got still 53 minutes to make this move whenever he wants to, essentially. Although I think both of these cars have still got another pit stop to do. I think it's only really Caspian Motorsport 75 that are field to the end, essentially. But yeah, it could be interesting how this plays out strategically, as well as this wheel-to-wheel battle on the track. But of course, Simoncic would feel ever so slightly more comfortable if he was ahead of Corazari rather than tucked up behind him all the time. Because when you're tucked up behind someone, it just increases the chances for things to go wrong, which you certainly don't want. There's a classic example as the racing zone finds there's not quite enough room between the two cars for him to squeeze in there, and just has to get out of that one as quickly as possible.
Yeah, trying to avoid the carnage, which is, you know, sometimes a good strategy, especially in endurance racing. But here we go down the back straight now. A little bit further behind is Yerny Simoncic, not able to make a move into this left-hander at the end, so it may well be the final corner. Well, I say that, it appears to have a good exit of that left-hander, didn't Simoncic? coming up the hill through the right-hander, because that's almost flat out, not able to really make a move there. Braking just a touch for this penultimate corner, and getting a lot closer just on the braking or turning there. A lot more mid-corner speed there from the RAFA Esports team car.
Yeah, certainly Yene has kept his tyres in better nick and is just looking at a little bit stronger on the corner exit. So Corazari is having to work very, very, very hard at the present moment to hold on to that lead. Somebody said in chat that it sounds like I'm talking into a pillow, so I apologize for that. But I haven't had a great deal of time to set up the mic, and Vidir is way too polite to tell me. So, but anyway, into the pits comes Corazari. It looked like the tyres were not going to be able to hold on for too much longer, let alone the fuel. So Simfrim deciding to cut their losses and Simičić back into the class lead. Roughly what we expected, but it was a fun battle while it lasted.
Yeah, indeed it was fun while it lasted, but no doubt it will reignite when they have both made their respective stops. But having a look, you've got that battle for fifth position in the LMP2 class, so it looks quite nice. I believe it is. Is it Enzo once more? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a second or so separating those two cars. I know it's Charlie Rigo in that 27, Mikkel Sedlacek in the number 28. There we go, 1.2 seconds or so between them. That Thomas Engert sim racing car trying to hold on to that final position in the top 5.
Yeah, certainly Rigo has been making his way back up the order, hasn't he? After a couple of pit stops. And they've got the Team Iris car, unfortunately, splitting them up here. But that should be dealt with fairly quickly. So Sedlacek, Thomas Engert Sim Racing, of course, have had some really good performances so far this season, winning at Spa. For the last 2 races, they were off the podium, of course. So desperately want a top 5 here to at least limit the damage. But yeah, Charlie Rigo looking very, very keen to take that off them, because On-Off Racing 3rd in the points after finishing runners-up last time out at Monza as well. So the On-Off team are very much on the rise, but currently off the podium.
Yes, very much so. Coming down towards the final corner now, and Charlie Rigo right under that rear wing. Right under the rear wing of that.
It's the Iris
car, yes. And indeed coming around the final corner, and underneath. So 1.1, 1.2 seconds or so the gap at the moment. So not that much of a difference.
Yeah, that's Jurka Slovenak in the 237 that they've just lapped, of course. Slovenak still quite quick, though, so I wonder if he's made a pit stop quite recently, because it looks like he's had to let them both through very, very reluctantly down in 13th in class, of course. So not the best race for the Iris LMP2, but Slovenak nonetheless slogging on and hoping to get at least a couple of points out of this encounter. Meanwhile, the overall lead, by the way, in LMP2's Patrick Swakowski leads Max Scheider by about 20 seconds at the moment. Certainly looks like the 44, now they've got clear track ahead of them, their pace has really stabilised a lot in the 147s, and Scheider's not really been able to hold particularly much of a candle to them. But it's all quite spaced out in the top 3. The big battles are really 5th onwards, as we're seeing on screen at the moment, with, of course, the I think that's the ahead of the Thomas Engert car. It's the 2nd Hyperion, isn't it, of Zabinski. So the 45 have actually had a pretty good recovery drive to get back into the top 4 here. But of course, LMP2, I think, is looking like a very, very wide open championship, with Black Hawk Racing aside, looking to get good points. It always seems to be a different team that wins every race in LMP2 this season. And that's been the case for all 3 classes, I think, so far this year as well. So that really shows, unless Rafa, of course, is looking good to win GD3 again. But other than that, no sign of any repeat winners so far. And, of course, CMT Go Team Racing as well in Hypercar. So LMP2, as I said, the most competitive one.
So having a look now, this is going to be a fun battle towards the end, isn't it? 6/10 of a second, that gap pretty much halved over the last lap. And Charlie Rigo, well, now under half a second almost, coming down towards the first corner. You can see that gap closing a lot, even under braking. That 27 appears to be a lot faster at this moment in time.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some double stinting going on for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Certainly wouldn't be the first time this season they've tried it, but Sid Lasek doing his level best. It's a little bit similar situation to what we saw in GD3 between Simfreem and Rafa, wasn't it, in that fight for the lead as well. So Sid Lasek has certainly got quite a tough job to do to hold position at the present moment, but certainly looks like Charlie Rigo very, very patiently is just been stealthily making his way up the order and is looking to pick up another position here. But Thomas Enger Sim Racing, top outlet, have certainly got some amazing drivers in their lineup. So that is the difficulty on-off. Certainly an outlet on the rise, but they've certainly got to prove themselves against a driver. A team run by a driver that, of course, has loads of sports car racing experience, and it indeed had a very, very brief stint in Formula One as well, Thomas Enger. But yeah, I think for the Prost team, wasn't it, in the early 2000s, he had a couple of drives at the end of like 2001 or something. But yeah, Charlie Rigo won't care about that one jot. He will care about the GD3 traffic that Sid Lasek is having to negotiate at the moment. That's Liam Rance just being dispatched, and Charlie Rigo has to deal with him on corner exit rather than entry, so that allows him just to gain a tiny little bit on the Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 28.
Yeah, a little bit gained, as you said, and yes, that number 28 car is always going to be wearing the mirrors of that ever-growing number 27. But the same distance between the two of them as there was last time round, but of course, as we've seen, there was a lot of traffic in the meantime as they're coming up towards turn 4. Well, they're still having to navigate a lot of traffic as they come up towards turn 4.
There we go. I figured out what was wrong. I was picking up the wrong microphone, I think. But hopefully this sounds a bit better. But yeah, Charlie Rigo sees Simoncic now. Oh, and he's come upon Simoncic at the worst possible time at 5 and 6, isn't he? He's having to go around the outside there. That's given Sid Lasek a bit of breathing room. So on-off racing now I've got to catch up all over again. Those 4 tenths, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're behind the cockpit, 4 tenths can feel like a lifetime.
Yeah, it can feel like a lot. Oh, and that's certainly not helping. Watching cars going straight on the rearview mirror. That team I was messing up turn 10 a little bit there.
Yeah, Jurka Slovenak. And Slovenak is one of those drivers that's very, very quick over a single lap, but in endurance racing tends to just struggle a little bit more to iron out the mistakes sometimes. He goes wide again at turn 11, so I wonder if there's a bigger issue with that car as we see the top 3 in LMP2 into the pits. So that is Max Scheider, Enzo Guibert, and Patrick Swakowski as well. So interesting, Swakowski making another stop at the same time as the 2 behind him, essentially. So yeah, you would think Hyperion 44 should re-emerge in the lead here, but it's a little closer than I think they were anticipating at this point.
Yeah, well, of course, you always want to have as big a gap as possible to the car behind, but no, you're right, that it could be
oh, there he is.
I wouldn't say alarming, but they have to think of.
So Zabinski's briefly inherited the lead now in the 45. So Cassie's come out 87 seconds behind and just ahead of Sid Lasek and Rigo, and they're battle there. You can just see him in the foreground. So plenty of clean air, were it not for the GT3 cars ahead of him. But in terms of the class, plenty of free air for Patrick Swakowski for this final stint of the race then. So Hyperion 44 looking pretty settled. All the fighting's going on behind them.
Yeah, and coming down the hill now is Sedchich and Charlie Rigo. Now, having a look at Rigo, and as you said, all that fighting is going to be behind them. But if you have a look, this top 4 is what? That's maybe about 5 seconds between the top 4, maybe even 6. But yeah, so close at the moment. This this may well end up to be quite a fun end of the race.
I think, and that's happened because all the strategies are starting to converge, aren't they, Vidya? So everyone who tried to run a bit longer or a bit earlier, they find themselves at the same part of the track now. So it's really going to be a fight to the finish. And speaking of fights, Hevesi continuing to absolutely light the time screen. His last lap, the lap before that was a high 1 at 1:41. He's just at 42.4. Bradley Sellers, I didn't see what his lap. I think he must have had a bit of a track limits issue there, but he is absolutely under attack now in the 10.89. And Sellers, of course, he's driven for teams like Rookie Monsters before, but 10.89 in the Hypercar class, it's a different kettle of fish, of course. Much higher stakes here. at the front of VEC. So Gabo Hevesi is just looking stronger and stronger as this race goes on, and Bradley Sellers has got to find something. Look how much the rear end hanging out on Gabo Hevesi's car in the entry to turn 5 there. He is absolutely wringing the neck of that Go Team Hypercar, isn't he? And Bradley Sellers is just being caught slowly and slowly, little by little, as a personal best sector of the race actually for Gabo Hevesi, 30.6 there. So that shows you just how much he's pushing. And you would not want to beat Bradley Sellers right now, because holding on to this second place is going to be quite the job.
Yeah, it's going to be far easier said than done, isn't it? So coming down towards the far end of the circuit, Bradley Sellers, 7/10 of a second, that gap to Gabo Hevesi in the CMT Go Team Racing behind us. They're coming up the inside of that Team Irish GT3 car, that number 70, and towards the second to last corner, going to be held up and a little bit moved by that GT3 car. Not quite, both managed to get past it on the exit of the corner. Coming down the hill once more, and that Go Team Racing car appears to be closing quite quickly on that 10-8-9 racing car. That number 7 now going underneath the rear wing of the second place machine as they're coming down the start finish straight. And indeed, that's a big defensive move there by Sellers. Coming down towards turn 1. Oh, and Hevesi does the switch black to come up the inside, locks up the rears ever so slightly. Contact between the two of them at turn 1, coming through turn 2, and that was a big slide by Sellers, which means that he drops to 3rd.
Yeah, there we go. So Sellers was weaving across the straight almost to try and hold up, and he's going to try and do a late break into turn 4 to get back alongside Hevesi. Gets a decent exit here, but he's not far enough alongside into turn 5. Surely, he certainly got as close as he dared in that 10-8-9. So Bradley Sellers, full of fair play to him, he's not giving up, but into turn 1, he just left a little bit of the door open as he returned to the racing line, and that was all the invitation Hevesi needed. Now it's Hevesi on the defense as they go into 9 and 10, and Hevesi locks the front tire, forces Bradley Sellers to go wide through turn 10. This is brilliant racing between these two teams, but it is Hevesi that has made the better exit here. But now they've got the LMP2, the rFRO, to negotiate. Are either of them going to get through? No. So the battle is going to continue, Minute.
Yeah, it's going to continue for a long time. It looks like, look at this LMP2 traffic directly ahead, as well as the GT car. That's the WRT car. Sellers is going to be caught behind the WRT car through the corner. That allows Hevesi just the slightest bit of breathing room coming down the hill towards the final corner. 40 minutes to go, as you can see there on the top left here at Bahrain. And indeed, they're going to both be caught behind this GT car through the final corner. That might help Sellers, and those Sellers have taken a narrower line into there because of overtaking the LMP2 traffic. Quite close between the two of them, 6/10 of a second. Still, it looks like that Sellers was really balked by having to overtake that LMP2 car coming into the final corner.
And as you can see, this is now the battle for the lead. Mel has come into the pits with 40 minutes to go to make his final stop then. So Go Team very much in control of this race with either car, it must be said. And the number 7 continuing that trend, staying out a few laps more as they did in the previous stint as well. Meanwhile, still Rico is about 6/10 now behind Sedlasek, trying to keep him honest. Mark Veit, by the way, in the Blackhawk LMP2 is setting fastest final sectors of the race as he attempts to chase down Vincilo, who's about 8 seconds ahead of him. So we could see Blackhawk making a challenge for P4, but it's really all about this battle here for the overall lead of the race, and Charlie Rico fighting away with the Thomas Enge sim racing car driven by Mikael Sedlasek.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun race. Gabo Hevesi 1 second ahead of Bradley Sellers. That gap appears to be increasing ever so slightly, doesn't it? So perhaps Hevesi has a little bit of breathing room at this present moment.
Indeed he does. Same cannot be said for Sedlasek and Thomas Enge, who are watching this race through the gaps in their hands at the moment, on the possibly from behind the sofa too. But yeah, Rico giving them a bit of a nightmare here because he just continuously ramping the pressure up, and Sedlasek is having to just drive a little bit on his wing mirrors. Patrick Swakowski continues to build his lead after his pit stop to 3 seconds. He's essentially a whole stop ahead of these two, isn't he, Swakowski? So looking good to get to the end of the race, whereas I think Sedlasek and Rigo, I'm pretty certain, it's going to be tight on the fuel tank if they don't pit. They've surely got to make another splash and dash in these last 30 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. That if you do a splash and dash at this point, that is going to be ruining your chances, especially if your rivals do not need to. Charlie Rigo in this on-off racing car, half a second behind the Thomas Enga. A little bit wide there coming out of the second to last corner. You can see the dust being kicked up by the left-hand side tyres of that on-off LMP2 car. Now coming down towards the final corner. It's going to get a nice little bit of slipstream coming down towards the first.
Yeah, he's got to rely on that, of course. Unlike in GT3, all the LMP2s are basically the same car. It's all just driver and setup that's different, of course, between each of these teams. As Charlie Rigo again shows his nose and then just about slides off and spins at the first corner. And Charlie Rigo, who's been so patient up to that point, finds there's no room at the first corner and gets it all wrong.
Yeah, all wrong, as you said, and indeed it looked like to be a little bit of overzealousness there coming into turn one. And you can see what's that gap going to be. You've got to wait for them to cross the timing beam. Next, just a couple of seconds the gap, so really not that much time lost, to be honest. A surprisingly little amount of time lost.
Yeah, look more dramatic than it was ultimately in the end. But of course, if you're Marco Vinciulo in the Sinfra number 47 and you hear that the car head is spun, then you're going to start to get a little bit excited. The gap's gone from 11 seconds to just 8 seconds now between those two cars then. So Rigo needs to be careful here because he could have gone from possibly gaining a position to losing one there. So needs to just calm down a little bit as we see number 7, Gabby Vesey, going into the pits now. So Go Team making their final stops. I wonder, are On-Off and Blackhawk trying to do one less stop and get to the end here? That would be extraordinary if they're able to pull that one off. But certainly Go Team have sort of snookered them in terms of the strategy here. Whatever they do, if they pit, they're going to come out behind.
Yeah, certainly. Well, yeah, pretty much. And that's got to be painful at this point in the race, isn't it? When you know there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and it puts the drivers in a pretty unenviable position, because do they risk it and stay out? As we see Rigo coming into the pits, he has decided he's had enough of staring at the back of the black and gold Thomas Enge car, and he wants some fresh tyres to try and maybe get an undercut here and get back ahead for this final stint of the race then. As you can see the headlights even coming on. It looks like dust starting to fall over Bahrain International Circuit.
Yeah, indeed, the dusk, I should say, rather.
I mean, it's dusty too, but yeah.
Yeah, it is. We won't quite get into proper nighttime. There isn't enough time for that left. Of course, just about 35 minutes to go or so until the checkered flag falls here at Bahrain. And we can see Charlie Rigo in the pits. And that is the splash and dash done. Accelerating out is going to... well, has fallen to 8th at least, and it looks like it's going to be 8th position for that on-off car when it comes out of the pits.
Yeah, but of course still more pit stops to make, and indeed looks like Bradley Sullers is coming in, so yeah, it doesn't look like 1089, neither Blackhawk are going to be able to make it to the end, so we should see Moritz Mal re-inheriting the lead before too long then, unless Alexei Kutzak has been going really, really slow on purpose to save a whole bunch of fuel magically somehow. But I'm a little bit skeptical on that front. I think even the Blackhawk team haven't got a fuel tank that big.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of these people are Scott Dixon, who, as you know, can magic fuel. Yeah.
I'm sure Kutzak wishes he was, though.
Yeah. Having a look further down, there's back for 4th position, Kevin Yeager in the Blackhawk car and Liam Rance in the Satellite. 1.3 seconds separating the two of them at the moment as they're coming down towards this middle section of the lap.
Yeah, I did kind of rule out Satellite racing Liam Rance, didn't I? After I said, oh, they're a long way down the field, but clearly that was just because of a Churchill pit stop. but yes, they've been doing a very, very solid job, haven't they, to hold on to that 5th position, and they've been able to catch up to Kevin Yeager and essentially jump Alex Brautigam and Tobias Hoffman, essentially. So they've stayed well clear of them to the tune of 25 seconds. And now Yeager, who's had that 4th position for the last hour or two pretty much to himself, has now finally got some company. So Liam Rance has decided to join the party at this late phase of the race.
Yeah, so here it comes. Liam runs through that penultimate corner. Kevin Yeager, as we've said, 1.2 seconds at the moment ahead of that satellite racing car. Pardon me.
You
But
okay?
yeah, there's still. Yeah, it's fine. But there is still the possibility, well, as there pretty much is in any race, of that fourth position being taken away by that satellite car. Just a second, it's very easy to make that up, especially considering the amount of time that we've got left.
Yeah, of course, both in the BMWs then, so they should be fairly closely matched. It's again another scenario when it's just the drivers and the setup different between the two teams. But of course, satellite racing, real stalwarts of endurance racing. They've not had a great VEC season so far, but it's great to see the likes of Henry Sinnick and Liam Rance at the wheel of that car. That's been such a winning combination in other rFactor endurance championships in GT3s, and so great to see the BMW being put through its paces, of course, by that duo. And Liam Rance, who, full disclosure, used to drive for my team actually in British touring cars. A really good driver in sort of mixed conditions and sort of difficult endurance racing scenarios where you don't know quite where you are, what tyres you should be on. That's really where Liam Rance tends to shine. And yeah, Kevin Yeager is going to have a bit of a Liam Rance-shaped problem once Liam Rance starts to close up here, because I think his pace the last couple of laps has been about a tenth quicker. They're pretty evenly matched, but Liam Rance just has the edge on him at the present moment in terms of pace.
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment, but then again, it's maybe slightly difficult to tell, especially when you've got all of this traffic that these cars need to navigate around the circuit. And yeah, that's taught with a penalty there, likely to be track limits.
That's Roland Toff in the racing zone, the car that's third in the championship, aren't they? That was leading after winning at Spa, of course, although there was a bit of good fortune with both the Go teams hitting trouble on that day. But yeah, since then it's not really they've had all their luck in the first race. Racing Zone have not really had much go their way since, of course, and Roland Toff will be ruining that penalty, of course. That's going to put him a lap down essentially on the lead.
So having a look at the previous lap times between Yeager and Rance, just by eye, they look fairly similar. Having a look at the live timing in the previous time round, Rance was about 9/10 of a second faster than Yeager. It certainly doesn't look like that on circuit, but Rance certainly a lot faster as we're entering the final half hour of the race.
Yeah, I'm seeing 1:58.391 for Liam Rance, 1:58.567 for Kevin Yeager, so that puts Rance about 2 tenths quicker. So that adds up a little bit more to me, as we see yellow in the first sector. So somebody has hit trouble. I hope it's not Charlie Rigo spinning again, but it looks like he is, after his pit stop, got things under control. He's about 15 seconds behind Luca D'Amelio at the present moment, so 7th in class.
And down the back straight, you can see Rance has fallen back ever so slightly now. And we've got the final pit stops there on the left-hand side, as you can see, in the Hypercar class. Now that Valley Esports car, that is still Luca D'Amelio, I think, driving that one. Indeed, it is kind of close to Jussi Nairala in that R Cybercar for that 5th position. 1.4 seconds gap between those two LMP2 vehicles.
Yeah, that's Toff actually in the Hypercar, the racing zone. We just talked about serving the penalty. So Kutzak in the Black Hawk is leaving it very, very late to serve this final stop, as we see Martin Mergeli getting a penalty in the WRT. He was about 3 seconds behind Tobias Hoffman. That's a big shame for WRT and the 88 crew, because they worked so hard to get up into the sort of top 8 in this race, and they could well see it slip away from them now. But yeah, Kutzak is definitely leaving it to the last possible moment to make this pit stop here, and he's been closed in by Moritz Mell quite rapidly as well. So we could well be in for a thriller here. If Blackhawk are going to try and eke out the field to the end, almost certainly it's going to end with Moritz Mell catching them within the last few laps as well. So it's a big gamble if Blackhawk are going to take it. I think I agree with what you said earlier, Vidya. I think they're just going to splash and dash before the end, and this is more just a glory run.
Yeah, but as you said, there's a bit of pain when you know there's nothing you can do. You can't save enough fuel, and you have to make that final stop, and you're in a good position. And yeah, it's got another car diving into the pits in the background. And yeah, so Martino and
That's
D'Amelio
him.
now.
That's the Kutzak.
Yep. There we go, up the inside of that GT3 car is D'Amelio coming in to the first corner, but still not close enough to make a move on Martino, as the race leader comes in as well.
Yeah, that's what I was just noticing in the background there. So yeah, Black Hawk, with 27 minutes to go, finally having to relinquish the lead back to Go Team Racing. So Moritz Mel should be in a strong position here. Although, interestingly, I think in the pit stops, Bradley Sellers has gotten back in front of Gabor Hevesi then. So we might have a battle for the final three slot, the last two slots on the podium between Kutzak, Sellers, and Hevesi then. But meanwhile, D'Amelio continues to shadow Luca Martino, the ARM Supercar. They've sort of been there or thereabouts, haven't they, ARM Super in LMP2? But they've not really had too many big results this season. If they could hold on to fourth position here, that would be a big win, I think, as far as the 41 crew is concerned. But Luca D'Amelio, very keen not to let them have that win, and it's just been absolutely relentless in this stint, closing them in.
Yeah, has been absolutely fantastic over this last stint. Half a second separating the two of them now. So coming through the second to last corner once more, and there'll be we'll say soon D'Amelio may well be happy to no longer to have to look at the rear wing of the ARM Cybercar if D'Amelio keeps up his current pace.
Yeah, and just a word on Kutzak as well. Kutzak is coming. Into the pits he comes in, so that's the ARM Supra out of the way. But yeah, it looks like Kutzak is pit and come out just 1.2 seconds ahead of Bradley Sellers then. So we have got an absolute fight on for second place then. So Go Team, we're looking good for a 1-2, but Hevesi has sort of been outfoxed in the pit stops here. He's lost about 6 seconds to the pair of them. And now it's really about Sellers versus Kutzak.
That will be a very fun race. And here is Bradley Sellers in that 10-8-9 car that we're looking at. You can see Kutzak just there in the foreground. Sellers gets past this GT car and will no doubt get past the other two GT cars before braking for the first corner. And indeed Bradley Sellers, Bradley Sellers is even able to have the time to, if you like, tuck in behind and gain any slipstream from these GT cars either.
Yeah, we certainly can't count out Hevesi at this point as well, because maybe about 5.7 seconds behind, but he's a second a lap quicker than both Sellers and Kutzak. So it's very much anyone's game who's going to finish second. But I think Moritz Mel, that 30-second buffer, is looking very strong with just 24 minutes left to go in the race. And that could be the second win of the season for Go Team number 17 crew. So yeah, you got to say Go Team have really had to fight for this one, but they've done an absolutely marvellous job to get Mel clear in front as he has, because Black Hawk and 1089 have put in a really strong challenge today.
Yeah, fantastic job today, as you said, and no doubt that will give them a little bit of a boost into the second half of the season, coming past this GT traffic again and 1.4 seconds back. So just lost a little bit of time over the past half lap or so. It has Sellers, but still within striking distance, certainly, of Kutzak. Should Sellers put in a few good laps, or Kutzak have a few bad laps?
Yeah, always a bit frustrating from the point of view of Bradley Sellers to be fighting your own battle, getting on top of a Gabor Hevesi, and then you see Kutzak pit and you think, right, I'm going to get into second position. Then you see Kutzak just slowly emerge in front of you, and he's just that little bit too far ahead for him to do anything about. So, and of course, you'll know Kutzak's got slightly fresher tyres as well as a consequence. But, but there we go, the traffic could well play its part then. So Bradley Sellers must keep the faith that he can still fight back here and that he can still make something happen. Meanwhile, Liam Rance still 1.6 seconds behind Kevin Jaeger, and has actually started the lap slightly slower than Jaeger the last couple of laps. So 1:58.7, which was 2/10 slower on this occasion. So yeah, certainly Liam Rance's charge starting to halt a little bit. Maybe he is just biding his time in these closing stages, as so many of these teams are so desperate not to throw away top results here in each of our three classes.
Yeah, very much so, and that gap is only going to get bigger because Sellers is now caught behind GT car coming through the central section of the circuit through turns 5 and 6, and that's to go still all the way around the outside to 7.
Yeah, the Seawolf car not in the best position, that GT3, but for Bradley Sellers to deal with it. But nonetheless, once you got it out of the way, there's always a little bit of a sigh of relief, and then it's on to the next one in the form of the Team Iris there, as we see, a new best lap time from Alain, the 1:46. So that must be in LMP2 class. So where's Aurelin in the order? That's Pablo Alain in the 2:49. So he's decided to put some fresh tyres. He's 4 laps down the rest of the field. But he's just set the fastest lap of the race out of nowhere. So great to see the 2:49 getting involved and having some fun, at least at the end of the race. So that's, of course, I'm trying to remember which team the 2:49 is, and I'm drawing a complete blank here. But I'm sorry. Oh, it's, of course, Undercover Regine, I think, is the name of the team.
I need to look at that gap now. 2 seconds to Kutzak. So Kutzak appears to have that gap covered for now, at least. And we've got this battle still for 5th position in the GT3 class. It is... I have a look at Alex Weisegum because I believe he is close by. No, he isn't. It is, in fact, the other one. It is Liam Rance and Kevin Yeager. 1.7 seconds separating the two of them for 4th position in the GT3s as we're coming down towards 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, fair play to Tobias Hoffman. He's not giving up trying to pass Broutejam. He did make the move earlier, but Broutejam then pit first and has been able to sort of undercut his way back ahead. So the gap's still 2.1 seconds. Hoffman has not had a great lap, though, 1:59.2 compared to Broutejam's 1:58.9, so about 0.3 slower. So, yeah, Hoffman's going to have to find something if he wants to get back into the top 6 here for Brabham Esports, which would be their best result of the season so far, I think.
Of course, yes.
I'm trying to remember. I think Brabham were they like a top 8, top 9 in Monza last time out. So certainly be good to see them build on that either way, whether they finish 7th or 6th, but they'd obviously prefer 6th.
Of course, just a couple more points, as you've got a stopper there in the LMP2
it's
class.
It's Vinciulo in the 47, so that's Simfrey making their final stop then. Splash and dash with 20 minutes to go, so we'll have to see where he filters out. D'Amedio's going through, so Valet all of a sudden are staring down a podium in their first Division 1 appearance of the season in LMP2, which would be fantastic for them, as Vinciulo is going to come out just behind Mikhail Sedlasek.
So 20 minutes to go, as you can see there in the top left. Liam Rance 1.5, 1.4 seconds back from Kevin Yeager. So close, but the thing is, will Rance run out of time? That might be the case this time round, as we're coming down towards the right, and then the double left-hand, the most difficult complex on the circuit. You've got to make sure you don't look up that left front tyre, because it is pretty unloaded throughout that entire section.
Yeah, it's really got to take the strain, hasn't it, through that hairpin. Bahrain is infamously one of the more demanding tracks when it comes to tyres. Meanwhile, Gabor Hevesi, just lapping the Brabham of Hoffman, as he is now within about a second of Bradley Sellers here. So Sellers is just being caught hand over fist at the moment, as Gabor Hevesi once again pumping in the 142s, low 142s at that. So Sellers has to find a way through the traffic, and then he has to find a way to deal with that incredibly quick go team with the Hungarian of Gabor Hevesi at the wheel.
Just a second back as well is that Go Team racing car. Might turn out to be a 1-3. Might go for 1-2, but Hevesi would have to do a lot of work in order to catch that car in second. But at the moment, 1-4 for Go Team car, which is still a very respectable result, but they want to make it a double podium. 0.6 of a second separate the two of them. Hevesi appears to be a lot faster at this point than Sellers.
Yeah, and also in terms of the individual championship point of view, Hevesi and the number 7 crew, they're leading at the moment. 4th would not be enough to come away still leading in the championship. The number 17 He is going to beat them today, but they need to limit the damage here, and that's why it's so crucial he gets past Bradley Sellers as quickly as possible, and he makes a late move to the inside of turn one, locks the rears up. Has he made the corner? No, certainly not. He goes well off track, and Bradley Sellers breathes a sigh of relief because he gets hold onto that place there. That was very dramatic. Gabriel VEC asked that a little bit too much of the brakes in this late phase of the race.
And here we go down the hill once more through this very difficult S section. Previously falling back to 1.5 seconds now. You see Sellers there in the foreground in that white and red hypercar. And look at that, nothing really at the moment that Havesy can do, despite the fact that he may be quite a bit faster. Keeps on losing time in the wrong place.
Yeah, certainly locking up it didn't help either, as we also see Tobias Hoffmann is right on the back of Radijam once again. He was 2 seconds behind with the Hypercars and LMP2s interfering with the battle. It's allowed him to catch up, and he's now just 2/10 behind, as you see on screen at the moment. So Hoffmann, he has been one of the stars of the day, hasn't he? Especially in GT3 class, looking to make a big impression here on the back of the number 81 Blackhawk. As you see, actually, the class leader, Jene Simoncic, coming through to lap the both of them. Could that be an opportunity for Hoffmann here?
This could be the one that is needed for that Brabham Racing number 83 coming over the crest of the hill, the second of the crests here at Bahrain, before diving back down once more towards the final corner. So close is Hoffmann when compared to Breutigam. Coming down towards this final corner will maybe show the nose a little bit, or is going to try and use or at least maintain as much momentum as possible through that final corner. Indeed, will try and maintain that momentum, and very close to that slipstream. May well have a good chance coming down into turn one. Tobias Hoffmann looking perhaps towards the right hand side of the circuit, which will of course be the inside line for turn one. Indeed makes that move, will go to the outside or the inside. No, decides not to make a move at all, despite thinking about it.
Yeah, he swerved around there, almost like he had to back out very late. I think he might go a little bit distracted seeing the car pitting, just coming out the pits there. I think, was that the satellite racing car maybe, of Liam Rance making his final stop of the race? I believe it was, yes, because Liam Rance has come out just behind Hoffmann, hasn't he? So yeah, we've now got another thing to worry about in the terms of the race order there.
Indeed, that's going to be a lot of fun when it comes to the race order as well. You've got to think about where, indeed, you can see that satellite car just in the background. But look at this, how close Hoffmann is to Breutigam. So having a look here at Havesy and Sellers, half a second separate the two of them as we're coming down towards 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, certainly that battle is heating up once more. Can Havesy get through this time around, as Hoffmann still 2/10 then behind Brautigam, with Liam Rance 1.7 seconds in arrears. So that's a battle for 5th in class, and it could go any which of those three ways in this final 15 minutes. They're going to have to make sure they don't make any big mistakes. As into the pits comes the valet of Luca Di Medio. The 39 could not get the field to last. There's a sim frame in the way, 2 sim frames in the way of Gabriel Havesy here, frustratingly for him, as Tobias Hoffmann, he's also got to deal with some traffic too now. That's Jene Simoncic who's lapped him, and potentially Hoffmann's gone from staring at the back of Brautigam to potentially going into the clutches of Liam Rance now.
Yes, so close, isn't it? Oh, especially when you have all of that traffic, which you can do nothing about. And here we go, Rance and Hoffmann as well here. It looks like Hoffmann's fallen back a little bit actually from Breutigam. Is now in the defence from that satellite racing car.
Yeah, we've seen how quick Liam Rance has been. It's almost as stealthily gaining ground as the race goes by, through strategy and through some good overtakes as well, for that matter. And now Tobias Hoffmann, who's put in a few good moves himself, is now going to have to get his elbows out and get defensive, I think, rather than thinking about making the move on Brautigam ahead of him. And meanwhile, Gabriel VEC still absolutely relentless behind Bradley Sellers here. As you can tell, every time they come towards traffic, they're starting to tense up here. And as Sellers got within a second of Kutsak now as well, it could well and truly be a three-way fight for second place in these final 10 minutes of here. We got a grandstand finish in Hypercar and GT3 in prospect here.
So here they come through the onto the start-finish straight, and you can see 4/10 of a second separate Hypercar from that podium position. It's going to be using all of that slipstream 2/10. We'll know that. Have a look up into turn 1 and moves to the right-hand side of the circuit, which is the inside line. But a little bit too late of a break there from Sellers. No, somehow manages to get it stopped in time.
Oh, that was scary stuff for Bradley Sellers there. You can tell he's absolutely spooked. And it's just such an unenviable position because if Essie here he comes up the inside into turn 4. Oh, so late on the brakes.
Too hot.
He's done it again, and Bradley Sellers gratefully retakes the podium place.
Yeah, just a little bit too much of a dive into turn 4 there.
My goodness, if Essie's running out of opportunities here, it looks like Harry Smith has gotten a penalty. That's a shame for him. He was right behind the racing zone of Roland Toff. And Toff was there because of a penalty of his own. Now Smith has made the same faux pas. As wide goes Bradley Sellers at turn 10. Oh, get by Hevesi. Through like a ferret up a drain pipe. Did not need to be asked twice to go for that one. And Sellers will be kicking himself after such a good defensive drive. He made such a simple mistake there at turn 10. Just a little bit too wide. And that was all she wrote. Oh, round goes the Team Iris.
Yeah, round goes that Team Iris. So much traffic in these final 10 minutes of the race. Harry Smith in his Netrix GP car in 7th position, 3/10 of a second back from that 6th position, that racing zone 2 of Roland Toth, coming down towards the final corner.
Smith has got to serve a penalty, isn't he? So he's going to be surely diving for the pits before too long, unless he wants to serve a post-race penalty. But yeah.
Fun, wouldn't it?
Let's see if he can make a move on track. He's got the 10.89 of Bradley Sellers ahead of both of them as well. Looks like Harry Smith is going to go up the inside of the racing zone into turn 1. Roland Toff leaves enough space. I think Roland Toff probably knows about the penalty. He's not going to fight that hard, is he?
And coming down towards turn 4, Roland Toth trying to regain that position, but as you said, Smith in that Netrix car maybe needs to serve a penalty, as that gap per second is starting to get a lot closer again.
Yeah, unfortunately I seem to have lost control of the cameras now, so I guess we'll just have to be flying blind at the present moment. But yeah, the Black Hawk of Kutzak still half a second behind Hevesi, but it's now a Go Team 1-2 again in Hypercar.
Yeah, so they'll be, suffice to say, they'll be quite happy with that one, won't they?
I certainly think they will. They've had to fight very, very hard to regain those positions. Hevesi's had a much harder time than I think he really would have wanted. As we get into the final 10 minutes of the race then, I think it's really Kutzak versus Sellers, but yeah, poor Bradley Sellers here has just not had things his own way then. I think we are trying to fix the cameras at the moment, but they are, they've just restarted the the overlay at the moment. So Harry Smith finally comes in to serve that penalty, and that's going to put Roland Toff back into 6th position. But yeah, meanwhile, still very, very close between Broughterjam, Hoffman, and Liam Rance, as Hoffman gets within 6/10 of Broughterjam. It's got to be his final opportunity to get into 5th here, so it's getting very, very tense between those three in GD3.
There is Harry Smith making that, well, I would say stop, but taking that drive-through that you were mentioning, and has fallen back to, what, 25 seconds or so back from the racing zone car.
Yeah, certainly it's not ideal for Harry, is it? But he did have a huge stroke of good luck, didn't he, Harry Smith? That car was able to finish, I think, on the podium at Spa, with the 2 Go teams retiring on that occasion. And yeah, since then, Harry Smith has been sort of plodding on, doing his very best for Netrex. But they've certainly not had the rub of the green that they had in the early phase of the season. So yeah, Netrex currently the number 19 is 5th in the championship, and number 18 is 7th in the championship, of course. So yeah, definitely in the middle and the back of the field. So every point counts, of course. So no reason for Smith to give up, as Slovenak who I think we saw spinning around a few minutes ago, has gotten himself a penalty as well.
Yeah, and that is certainly not helpful, especially in the final few minutes of the race to get that penalty, is it? With that battle for fifth in the GT3, it appears to be about 3 seconds between 3 cars, so not that bad at all down there either.
Yep. Would love to show you some of it, but again, I'm refreshing the overlay as hard as I can, and it doesn't seem to be showing anything. So, right. We'll just have to imagine what's going on with here. I don't know if you've got a good imagination. Meanwhile, looks like Bradley Sellers has got within 8/10 of Alexei Kutzak in the battle for third. So Sellers starting to fight back a bit here.
Yeah, indeed. But the question is it too little, too late? 7 minutes 20 to go, which is only about 4 laps or so. Maybe a fifth.
Yeah. Jimmy Allison just saying, oh, we've almost got it fixed, don't worry. Almost there. And it's like, well, the race is about to end. So there we go. I think we got it back now. Right, okay, let's have a look at that GD3 battle, shall we? If I can... Oh, doesn't seem to be doing anything. Right, okay. Maybe it is still broken. There we go. Finally, just transitioned over to Hoffman fighting away with Broughterjam then.
Indeed, the two of them coming up the hill once more. 4/10 of a second. Got to let that number 7 car through in the meantime, though, of Havesey. Going very, very wide at the top of the hill is Hoffman.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times. He just seems to wash out wide, particularly when fighting Broughterjam for some reason, isn't it? That seems to force that out of him. But yeah, great to see Hoffman absolutely going for it in this dying phase of the race then for 5th position. Blackhawk will be desperately hoping their man Broughterjam can hold on for just a few laps more, because that's what he needs to do to lock in a great team result, 4th and 5th here.
Yeah, it'd be a great result for that Blackhawk car in, well, the Blackhawk team, I should say, rather, in the GT3 class, should they maintain that 4th and 5th position. But Hoffman is trying to break into that top 5. Look how close it is still between these two. So coming through turns 3 now and up towards turn 4. And Hoffman only has a few chances left. Really not that many chances to go in order for that number 83 to take that top 5.
Yeah, again, it might have to come down to a risky move, potentially into the hairpin at 10, or maybe even turn 7 if he's close enough out of 5 and 6 here. But we also see Bradley Sellers is within 7/10 of Kutzak still. We saw him just lapping the pair of them a few moments ago. So Sellers has not given up either on trying to get back onto the podium. And Alexei Kutzak and the Blackhawk Racing team that have certainly punched above their weight at certain points in the sea. I think this is Blackhawk's, it would be their best result of the season, wouldn't it, Fred? I think they've got a couple of 4th places so far this season. So they're certainly going to be fighting to hold on to that tooth and nail. But yeah, Bradley Sellers, great to see. Even though he's had a bit of misfortune in this race, he still thinks he can get onto the podium and is certainly pushing, giving it his very best to make it happen, as indeed is Tobias Hoffman here. But you sense both of them starting to run out of laps, as you save it here.
And here they come down towards the final corner. 4.5 minutes to go here at Bahrain. And yes, Hoffman only has a few chances left coming down towards the final corner. We'll maybe focus on keeping momentum through here in order to have a go down to turn 1.
Yeah, certainly. Even though he might not have as low a downforce as the Blackhawk in front of him, if he gets a better X, he can stay close enough to at least tuck out at the last minute and maybe dive up the inside into turn 1. But yeah, as I said, I think he might have to get more creative and go somewhere where Broughterjam isn't expecting. The problem is, if Hoffman makes a move and it doesn't work out, then potentially he could go from, rather than gaining position, allowing Liam Ransford in that satellite car, the BMW, that's bearing down upon both of them again after having to let all that lap traffic through. So Hoffman, does he play it safe to stick with 6th position, which would still be a great finish, or does he go for 5th? Does he risk it for the biscuit? Because Broughterjam is starting to run out of rear tyres here.
Coming through the right and the left, down the hill towards the double set of hairpins. The first one is a right-hander, not able to make a move this time around. Hoffman will try the crossover, try and get on the throttle a little bit earlier to get a better round down towards 9 and 10, but not able to this time round, but so close. Is going to go round the long way perhaps down here. No, again, just trying to focus on getting good exits. Is that number 83 Brown Motorsport car, and so close to the rear wing, but not able to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's that same situation that Hoffman's been in for what feels like pretty much most of this stint, as you see the Symphony number 47 diving up the inside of Liam Rance into turn 11 there. That won't hold up Liam Rance too much, but it's a little bit tense for these duty-free drivers to suddenly see the LMP2 arriving at the speed of sound out of nowhere. And it's certainly disconcerting. But here we go, Hoffman risking it out of 15, going as wide as he can while still staying on track. And again, Bradajam under immense pressure from two top drivers here, just about holding it together, and he's just got to hold on for another 2 minutes here.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. It's fine.
Well, plus however long it takes for them to catch up when Mel hits the finish line to win the race, of course.
Just having a look at where Mel is out on the circuit. Once
here he is. He's just coming into the final corner now.
Coming down towards the final corner, so this could actually be going on to the last one.
Yeah, here we go then. So he's in across the
actually.
Yeah, 1 minute 40 to go, I think, once he hits that finish line. So that is about.
He could squeeze out 2 laps, or he might just slow down to not do that extra lap. That's also a choice.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. But meanwhile, the duty-free battle still raging on between Hoffman, Rance, and Bradajam for 5th position in class. But Bradajam holding firm. No room for Tobias Hoffman to get through here.
Yeah, and doing a very, very good defensive job. Just not that long to go for Bradajam to maintain that position. Coming down towards 9 and 10. Make sure you don't lock up at this very, very crucial point of the race. A lot closer, almost an overlap there in the apex, but not able to do anything about it.
Yeah, and they're running out of time now as well. So it could be Hoffman needs to go for a crazy dive here, but at the same time, he doesn't want to blow that 6th in class. And look at the 27, the on-off car, absolutely bodying him out of the way, and Hoffman flashes his lights. He's not impressed by that whatsoever.
And that appears to maybe be it for Hoffman, as we're having a look at Maurice Mel now, the race leader.
Rance had a little spin there, sorry.
Liam Rance, half spin there. And this is Maurice Mel, the race leader. You've got a couple of cars fighting there at the same time, but 15 seconds to go for this Go Team Racing car. They're going to finish 1-2 today. And they're going to look forward so much to all of those points. Top 2 lockout for the Go Team Racing, and indeed, there we go. The timer has expired, which means Maurice Mel and the Go Team Racing team win here at Bahrain.
And not just that, but that's the championship lead for them over the sister team, the number 7. So that's a big result for Moritz Rowley and Cryer Crew of the number 17. But yeah, Go Team really had to fight for this one today. A very impressive performance as we now wait for Gabriel Vesey to finish 2nd in class. Meanwhile, Hoffman has got through on Bradajam. There we go. Yeah. So Hoffman up into 5th in class. So Bradajam must have made a mistake there. Now he's just got to hold on from Liam Rance for one more lap. There's Patrick Zukowski. He crossed the line to win in LMP2 to the tune of 32 seconds over Blackhawk Racing. Their first win of the season. Absolutely exceptional performance from Hyperion. They played it brilliantly today, and they never looked particularly troubled all the way through.
No, fantastic job there. And here is Jernej Simončić in the Rafa Esports team. And look at that, 54 seconds, almost a minute ahead. A fantastic gap considering there was only 4 hours.
Yeah, we also see quite a close finish here between Sedlasek and Vinciulo. So the Symphony number 47 has caught up Thomas Enge. 1 corner to go. I don't think Vinciulo's got quite enough in hand to steal the class podium away. So it's going to be Sedlasek in 3rd and Vinciulo settling for 4th.
And Jernej Simončić here. Well, we haven't really talked much about that car, have we? Because, well, it's been in a pretty good position most of the time.
It certainly has. And yeah, there was the brief fight with the Simframe of 99. Christian Malguer has finished in third, almost a lap down, essentially, behind Simoncic. But it is going to be the Slovenian crossing the line to take Rafa's second win of the season, one that launches them clear ahead of Classic Motorsport 75, not just in the win of this race, but in the lead of the GT3 Championship here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. So fantastic drive from Jesper Peterson and Jenny Simoncic, and Rafa, it's going to take some beating to stop them running away with this championship.
Oh yeah, it's going to take a lot of effort for that to happen. And some celebratory donuts. The site has obviously got the fuel to do that as well.
Here we go. Looks like Liam Rance crossed the line just 0.6 then behind Brad Jam and had to settle for 7th position there. But fantastic effort from Hoffman to get through into 5th, right at the death there.
And there we go, the race results. You can see a 1-2 there for the Go Team Racing team. And then Blackhawk Racing rounding out the podium. The 10, 8, 9, the Netrix, the Racing Zone, the second Netrix, and the Seawolf Net Race rounding out your top 8. And indeed, the Hypercar class in LMP2 is the Hyperion Esports team taking the win, followed by Blackhawk, Thomas Enga, Simfreen Valla in the top 5, then on-off RFRO, Armsabra, Sean Clark Racing, and the second Hyperion Esports car in the LMP2s. And then rounding out the LMP2s, you've got both the Go Team Racing ones, and then the Team Iris and the Undercover Racing. And then rounding out the field with the GT3 results, you've got Jernej Simoncic in that Rafa Esports team car. Then you've got Caspian and Simfreen on the podium. Blackhawk and Brabham rounding out the top 5. Then the second Blackhawk, the Satellite, the Top Racing, the One Aku, and the WRT rounding out the top 10 there. And then rounding out the field overall, you've got Sim Racing for Holland, Tomeli ART, MC Motorsport by Biogas, Team Iris, Seawolf, Satellite, SRC Commerce, G Liga Esports, Simfreen Esports, and then the only DNF of the race, that Bros Racing car. So there we go. That was a fantastic 4 hours here at Bahrain. And next up, you've got a couple more hours of racing, don't you? It's going to be 4 hours. 6 hours, I should say rather, at Road America. That's an incredibly fast circuit as well.
Yeah, it should be an amazing challenge, of course, as we start the second half of our championship here in season 17 of VEC. So yeah, 6 hours instead of 4 hours. I think the extra 2 hours should be fun as well. But even in a 4-hour race, it all seemed to merge together right at the end, and it was fantastic to see all 3 of our classes have some fantastic fights all the way to the finish line. And I expect more of the same in February once we get to Road America.
Indeed. So for weeks, we will see you all in Road America. But from all of us here at the VEC, thank you for watching, and we'll see you then.